And welcome to the WAN Show. We got a great show lined up for you guys today. I forget what... Oh, yeah, right. The Great American Firewall is coming for you. The Motion Picture Association wants to block all pirates, and they have a plan, and it's really gonna work this time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
I feel like the second one there was a real cough.
Yeah, no, I had it. No. I'm just convincing like that. I am an actor!
So I can act angry and you can act sick?
Watch, I'm going to seem not enthused about this next topic. Apple is setting its users free, and freedom is scary for them.
See here, that part, that blatant, I can tell very easily. Yeah.
No, all I said was that I was an actor. I didn't say it was a good one. What else we got?
Texas schools embrace AI graders.
Oh no, this is actually bad.
That?
No, this is really
Isn't this great?
Everything about it is bad.
Don't you want this? Your future to be evaluated by AI? That's good, right? That's awesome. And what the heck is going on YouTube? What are these playables? What do they mean?
Yeah.
Why are they here?
Wait, are you asking because you actually don't know, or are you just reading the headline?
A little bit of both.
In our doc. Nice.
I've seen it, and I was like, huh? And then I just ignored it.
Nice.
So now I'm going to learn what it is.
And you know what? I know it's really early in the show, and normally we run the intro here, but just want to do... Wait, where's the thing?
Oh, by the way, if you're on Floatplane, check out beta.floatplane.com. There's a React-only version of the site, and there won't be a significant amount changed for you, but we need some feedback on it because it's likely some things are not perfect. So we need to fix them before they go live.
But this is really important. Before we run the intro, this is worth breaking the format for. Pre-sales for this year's limited edition Terry Fox Run shirt. They're now live. You can get them at terryfox.org. All proceeds support cancer research. That is research for how to get rid of cancer, not for like upgrading it. Registration for the 2024 Terry Fox Run will open on April 12th, and it will take place across Canada on September 15th. This is a super cool cause. Terry Fox is a national hero, and if you're aware of him and you're not Canadian, then he's your hero too, because he's actually that amazing.
Yeah.
So terryfox.org, guys, check it out. No matter what.
If you don't want the shirt for whatever reason, they can take direct donations as well.
Yep. So terryfox.org, check that out. Let's roll that intro. The show is brought to you today by AG1, Ridge, and Vessi. Should we jump right into our headline topic here?
Yes.
Good. What is it? Oh, yes. The CEO of the Motion Picture Association told a convention of theater owners that the organization is planning to work with the United States Congress on legislation to require American ISPs to block piracy-related websites. With all the other stuff that they have to work on, like the cost of insulin, I'm sure this is a top priority. And this might have a chance. The proposed legislation would allow copyright holders to petition a judge to block a given site. CEO Charles Rivkin claimed that piracy steals hundreds of thousands of jobs from workers and tens of billions of dollars from their economy, including more than $1 billion in theatrical ticket sales in the United States. Both tech companies and internet advocacy groups have warned that this proposed framework is likely to lead to over-blocking of lawful content.
Yeah.
Which is what wound up undermining the Stop Online Piracy Act, SOPA, over a decade ago. So our discussion question here is this going to work?
I honestly don't necessarily feel like it would work even if it does go through. They have to petition individual sites. They'll just spin up another one.
Well, Luke, I mean, here's the
domain is unimportant.
Here's the question, though. What is this going to do that couldn't already be blocked with a VPN?
Couldn't already be worked around? Do you mean?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, what is this going... Because, okay, Already, if you download a copyrighted work, okay, look, I'm gonna come out and say it. We were doing some video on emulating something, and it was more convenient for me to just download a Final Fantasy Tactics ISO than to rip it. So I did, and I didn't have my VPN on. Actually did this at work. And we got a notice. We got a notice from our internet service provider where the rights holder, was it Final Fantasy Tactics? I don't remember. It was something that was...
Why does he do this?
From my point of view, not morally an issue.
Why does he do these things?
Because they're convenient.
I will never know.
It's not a moral issue to me to download a copy.
Why do you do it on the work network?
Oh, I was so lazy. I didn't have my VPN installed.
But don't do that.
Well,
on the work network.
I know, but look, Luke, this was like years ago, okay? You weren't even working here.
All right, now I don't care.
Yeah, that wasn't recent. Okay. Anyway, the point is...
this was like weeks ago. I was like, what are you talking about?
The point is, I don't personally consider it a problem to download a copy of a game that I own. I don't care.
Yeah,
I don't care. And from my point of view, you can tell me all day that I only own a license to use the game in its exact form and on the exact device that I actually don't care about any of that. So anyway, I own the game from my point of view, and I will download it if I feel like it. But I got a notice from my ISP that the DMCA rights holders, blah, 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 had notified them that they forwarded it. There's no actual punishment here. They can't actually do anything. They can't turn off your internet or anything like that. But they already know what is this exactly going to do? How are you going to enforce this unless... you basically do, back to our sort of our title for this, unless you actually do create like an authoritarian internet censorship system.
Yeah.
Like just blocking a website. At least the
tools for it,
Yeah, well, here's a question for you. I mean, what are the odds that the American government basically already has it and is kind of ready to... Actually, I don't know if they're that organized. Never mind. I take it back.
I mean, they can seize sites and they could make this type of stuff happen, but but
it's slow.
Yes,
and it's not really very effective, and that's why,
especially on a larger scale.
That's why instead of going after them one by one and trying to go after the companies that are providing them hosting, or trying to go after their domain registrar, or that's why instead of trying to go after them in all these ways to get the site actually taken down, they're trying to simply block users' access to it. But my point with my story was that if you pirate content, you probably are already using a VPN anyway. What difference will this make unless they fundamentally change the way that internet access works in North America?
I mean, there's also stuff like, I don't know if you've gotten to this line yet. Maybe you have. CEO Charles Rivkin claimed that piracy steals 100,000 jobs, including 1 billion theatrical ticket sales. Like, no. And there's all these arguments, like, I find it pretty interesting, of companies on Steam. Steam has a very good and robust regional pricing tool, and companies are finding like they'll see a lot of piracy in a single area. Maybe wondering how they do that. You look at like language in the discussion of the thing, and then they'll adjust the pricing in that area to be more reasonable. Like maybe your take home is significantly lower, your cost of living is significantly higher. You don't have the spending money to buy something in the equivalency of American dollars of whatever it's supposed to be. They make it cheaper, piracy drops off like a rock. People are saying, Luke Brazil. Yeah, there's a lot of examples. Pirate Software has a video on him reducing the cost of his game in Brazil specifically. Piracy shot down, and his sales in that country went way up because it's not that necessarily people want to pirate in order to effectively steal something from a company. It's often that thing is not super attainable. Either you can't get it very easily or it costs too much. And it's like, well, right now with 10 billion different streaming services, acquiring video content can be really annoying.
And to be clear, I also don't buy the argument that there is zero impact. I'm sorry, but there are people for whom they just aren't paying because if they don't have to, they'd rather not, but they could afford to. So as usual with any argument, the truth is somewhere in the middle. Is this stealing hundreds of thousands of jobs? Well, you know what? I don't know. Worldwide, Gee, man, that's a lot. Like
You
how many
quantify
bloody
that.
how
How do
many
you-
yeah how do you
'cause
even quantify that? Also, where is your hand wringing when you've got AI encroaching on the industry from every side?
Yes, let's please use that as much as possible. And like one of the issues that I have with this is I'm assuming that there's some equivalency of amount of times that something was pirated to the amount of money that you lost, but it just doesn't work that way. Like when I was a kid pirating games, I was not going to buy it. If you made piracy impossible, there just would have been no sale. I just would not have played that game. There was no
Not
give take.
Everyone is like that though either.
I know, but I
pirated
think it's
games I could have afforded to buy when I was young.
Would you have bought them if you couldn't have pirated it? I think in a lot of cases, probably no.
I'm trying to think. It's been a very long time, and I don't really remember. Here's something that I always found kind of interesting about my own habits, was that if I pirated a game, I tended not to really play it very much. And I don't know what it is. Like, we've talked about this on the show before, how like when we were kids, pretty much everyone that I knew had somewhere between 2 and, oh man, I'm trying to think, like 5 or 6 games for their console.
Total, yeah.
Like, we did not have, if I went to someone's house and they had like 10 or 20 Nintendo games,
Like, whoa, you're a rich kid.
I was like, whoa, like, damn.
There's some money here.
Yeah. And we played those games over and over and over and over and over again. And for me, piracy was like this. It became like it was almost like my first exposure to kind of one of the problems with gaming now, is that there's
Too many options.
so many options and such a finite amount of time that you can't possibly hope to enjoy them all. I don't think I can think of a game that I actually played for a substantial amount of time that I pirated and then never ultimately bought.
Yeah. So those aren't lost sales either. Like, obviously there are going to be lost sales from piracy, but saying that you can try to quantify it is like, what? I don't know. Where are you getting this $1 billion in theatrical ticket sales? Because I have a major doubt on that one.
I mean, it's not that much in the grand scheme of things. I mean, when a single movie will do $1 billion in ticket sales from time to time, I mean, it's not like they're saying, oh yeah, we're selling half as many tickets as we would have if piracy wasn't a thing or whatever else. I think that actually, if they were saying 1 billion more tickets, obviously we'd have to say strong doubt.
They're saying tens of billions of dollars from our economy, including more than 1 billion in ticket sales. The only reason why they said ticket sales is because it's the theater owners organization. But they're saying tens of billions of dollars from the economy. I just don't believe that. I have a really hard time, without any sources cited, believing tens of billions of dollars would show up in the American economy if they somehow deleted piracy. I don't see it happening.
I think the bigger issue for me is that we haven't really... Oh, man. Yeah, it's a tough one because, at other points on this show, we've talked about how the media production industry is obviously in trouble right now.
Oh, it's in huge trouble.
But when you kind of dig down and try and figure out, okay, like, what is the trouble? Where is it coming from? It seems to be from a lack of truly creative, innovative content, right?
It's
like
the marvelization of everything.
When you look at what happened, I mean, and it's funny because the examples I'm about to use of something that broke out of the doldrums that the movie industry is in are both huge IPs, right? Like the Super Mario movie and Barbie, right? But I think that showed that there's absolutely an appetite. The problem with this whole argument, and man, I'm going to be in trouble for a hot take here. The problem with this argument that you've stolen hundreds of thousands of jobs from workers is that I don't think that right now there is a content volume problem when it comes to low quality garbage that people don't want to watch anyway. I think the content problem that we have is innovative, exciting content.
Yeah.
And no offense, but you are not hiring those hundreds of thousands of people.
Yeah.
In your hypothetical scenario where there is no piracy and you have way more tickets,
fighting really hard to not hire them.
How many actual directors have financially successful, let's say more than 3 financially successful movies under their belt? And this is a number that's going to be in the dozens or hundreds, not the thousands, tens of thousands, or hundreds of thousands. And obviously, there's more than a director that just works on a movie. But my point is just how small that tip of the iceberg of what we see at Hollywood is. The ones that break out, the ones that are super successful versus the ones that are just working on yet another reality TV show. Are you telling me that if you had more movie ticket sales, you would stop making, just stupid random reality TV series, and you'd
just be incentivized more.
You'd take a home run swing at a movie? I don't know, man. I don't know if I buy it.
Yeah, the argument stinks, in my opinion. I'm not saying rah piracy or anything. I just think a lot of the arguments around it are very sensationalized, I think. I'm sure there's a financial impact to the industry. I think, in my opinion, the movie industry in general has always had a acquisition issue. Movies and TV shows, how do I get this thing? What temporary service do I have to subscribe to be able to watch it? I can't get a permanent copy at all anymore.
That's the biggest problem for me right now.
Yeah, there's so many issues with that.
I could not really understand what the point of piracy was during the golden days of Netflix.
Yeah, totally agreed. I'm pretty sure we talked on WAN Show about putting the hat in the closet because there's no reason right now. And now it's strongly coming back out. Obviously,
they don't have hard numbers on this, but I was reading a different article, not the one that was about this recently, that figured based on some number that someone pulled out of their butt somewhere, that piracy was up about 12% year over year. And this is in America.
Not surprised at all.
It doesn't surprise me one bit. I am simply not going to subscribe to Disney Plus and Amazon Prime and Netflix and Hulu and Paramount Plus and whatever the HBO one is called now.
I was sitting here trying to think of what its name was.
I don't care.
I don't know.
I don't care.
Oh, yeah, it's ridiculous.
I haven't seen Game of Thrones.
Yeah, because you don't have the thing.
Well, it's also because I don't want to until he's done writing the books. But I just mean I don't think I've seen an HBO show since.
People are saying Crave Max? HBO Max?
Yeah,
sure.
Max. That's right. Crave in Canada.
Crave the one with Letterkenny?
Crave licenses HBO shows in Canada.
Yeah, Crave has Letterkenny, which is great. But then I don't want anything else on Crave. So it's just I guess I'll subscribe and then try to binge watch it really hard and then leave. I want to just buy it.
Syphilis says, lol, poor Linus, he's going to die before that book is done. Is that a threat? Are you threatening me? I'm kidding. I know he means George R. R. Martin. What am I not allowed to pretend to misunderstand things?
No.
Okay.
Oh, I can buy they're just DVDs.
What's a DVD?
Letterkenny.
Oh, okay, cool.
But I want Blu-rays.
Whatever. Just use AI upscaling. Got him.
Is that good? I haven't done it.
It's getting pretty good. No, I wouldn't say that you can go to 480p or from 480p and it'll be a great experience. If you've got at least a 720p source, it's looking pretty good. On a 1080p source, 4K is why bother?
Yeah.
One thing that's not there yet is the SDR to HDR up conversion, but I seeing where NVIDIA's at with that today, right? Seeing where they started with upscaling in games and where they are now.
Oh, yeah.
I think we're headed give them a few more years, and if they ever finally release a new Shield Pro, so some more hardware, give them a few more years and some more hardware, and I am pretty stoked on where I think we're going to be with just being able to enjoy whatever copy of a piece of media you happen to own at whatever resolution and color space you want. Obviously, it would be better to have a human do it properly, and the definitive piece or like the definitive version of that content is probably going to be that. But I think that AI upscaling and AI SDR to HDR conversion is going to be good enough for most people. With that said, a lot of the time, the newer grade is not necessarily better. People are apparently like super PO'd about Aliens' Blu-ray 4K Blu-ray release.
Oh.
Yeah, something. It's more of like the film buff type stuff than what I think the average person would care about. But it's pretty common, not just to get like, you know, the Star Wars or ET effect where they, you know, digitally remove guns or, you know, who shot first or whatever else, right? It's not all that kind of thing. Sometimes it's just like, oh yeah, they didn't go back to the original film, like they didn't restore it, they just took some other master and just kind of, you know, I don't know, applied an upscaling filter and then sharpened it and then resoftened it to make it kind of look like it was higher res. So I don't know exactly what happened with Aliens. Let's see if anyone is. Yeah, it looks like this is something that hasn't really made its way outside of, you know, r/Blu-ray or whatever the Blu-ray enthusiast subreddit is. I don't even remember anymore. But some people are definitely mad about it. Oh yeah, okay. Someone said The Matrix had some mastering issues where they got rid of the green and blue tints, and that's the kind of thing that can happen accidentally if someone's working on, and I don't know if that's what happened in that case, but that's something that can happen accidentally if the people working on the remaster don't understand or remember the original intent for why it was graded in that particular way. And
I was spending some Googling trying to figure out how to get Shoresy and Letterkenny, which is the two shows from the same group that are highly related, same universe. And a lot of the responses are like, yeah, it's super annoying. You just have to like actively be subscribed to Crave, buy the junky DVDs, or insert what you can assume. Right. And it's like, yeah,
yep.
Like, why? Why can't I just get a high quality version that I can watch whenever I want? I don't want to binge. They have like 8 seasons of Letterkenny and like multiple seasons of shorts. No, I don't want to have a financial incentive to subscribe for 1 month and then just degen super hard and watch all of this in 1 month and then shut it off. Like, just let me own the copies in decent quality.
And I've been pretty firm that I'm not going to buy any copy of a movie or TV show that is reliant upon a service staying up. Totally. And we are already seeing that prediction of mine that anything that you buy from a web shop that is reliant upon accessing it through that web shop,
authorizing or anything like that,
you do not own.
Yeah, they'll take it down, they'll edit it, they'll change it.
They'll get acquired, it doesn't matter. So this is one of those things where, guys, to be clear, I mean, I think that you've heard my stance on piracy enough times. Does it have harms? Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any question of that. Is it as easy to quantify as executives will make it sound when they're doing a little presentation to their little industry buddies? No. Are we telling you never do it or you're a bad person for doing it? No, we're not doing that either. We're just telling you, you know, consider the impact. That's all I say. And also, good luck, MPA. You are going to have to fundamentally shift the North American, the Western philosophy of the internet in order to make this work. And I really just don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah. It might be time to dust the hats off. If you don't have one, you can get it into the store. Yeah, it's a funny joke. I'm trying to have plausible deniability that I'm not telling people to become pirates.
Really?
Yeah.
And your way of doing that was
telling them like, way to go.
Where did you even go? What did you, where
I just closed it.
Oh, you closed it.
Yeah.
So your way was to tell them to buy a hat.
Yeah. Because it was my plausible deniability that I wasn't saying pirate hat.
I see. Prove that's not a pirate hat. Modern pirates wear any hat they want. Also, I couldn't help noticing that it is water resistant, which is perfect when you are
on the high seas.
On the high seas.
Oh boy.
Should we rename it to Pirate Hat? Kind of tempted.
Just include like a trial for a VPN. Change nothing. Just
okay. Hear me out. Do we take a VPN sponsorship again? If we're just like, here's the talking points. It's for piracy. That's the world's most honest VPN pitch.
I feel like the biggest issue with them is the talking points. So like,
I mean, our talking points were always clean.
Yeah.
Like, it's one of those things where I feel like a lot of the negativity around VPN sponsorships was from creators who, and to be clear, I don't actually blame them. You cannot expect every random makeup or gaming or nature or history creator to completely understand the ins and outs of a technology product like a VPN. Should creators have a responsibility for the products that they promote? Yeah, yes. But I also think that the issues around VPNs are a little bit more complicated and nuanced than you could reasonably expect, your aunt who makes YouTube videos to fully grasp. And so, we pushed back on the VPN providers that we worked with, especially as my knowledge grew about them. And we ensured that our talking points were aligned with what we believed was the usefulness of VPNs. But I think a lot of negativity around VPN sponsorship came from these people who were promoting them in ways that just were not true. Now, one of the challenges with that is that obviously they got those talking points from somewhere. So we would be working with a company, almost all of them do this. We would be working with a company that did actively promote their products in a deceptive way. So, on the other hand, it's clearly an important part of your online privacy toolkit, which is the way that we had been positioning it most recently when we were working with PIA. So,
in my opinion, as long as your talking points are fine and clear, I think it's okay. A lot of people, when they talk about this, including some of the people in the chat right now, have been spamming links to a video, whatever, I'll just name it. It's a video from Tom Scott called This Video is Sponsored by Blank VPN. Tom Scott's more recent videos are sponsored by a VPN company. And what he was saying in this video is that the marketing and the talking points are misleading and bad. And he was totally right. But he eventually takes the sponsorship from a VPN company and just doesn't have misleading and bad talking points. So it's fine.
And it's funny because
I agree with that.
There was a lot of brigading against us after he launched that video. And I was kind of sitting here going, what?
We agree.
Yeah. What do you want?
That was a very frustrating time. That was a super frustrating time. Because his video was great.
Yeah, it's a good point. Cool story, bro.
Yeah.
We got you.
Yeah. And to be clear, like this is mostly in the response to people trying to use it to say that there should never be any VPN sponsorships and no one should ever use VPN. It's like, well, hold on. You're swinging too far. The Tom Scott video didn't swing that far. You're swinging beyond where it was going. Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know. I think I might just be open to working with them again. Like, look, full transparency with you guys, which always gets me in trouble, which is great, but for better or for worse.
Exciting.
Those of you who are the real ones, who understand that we're being transparent with you, and when we are transparent, it doesn't mean that, we have that much more to hide because that's the stuff he tells us. We're actually just telling you, like, real talk, how we do things here. VPN sponsorships are, if not the most financially impactful, they are among the most financially impactful out of everyone that we have ever worked with. There's a lot of money in VPNs to the point where we not only considered, but even went as far as prototyping our own VPN.
It worked. It was great.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was up. Multiple people were using it. Like it's actually incredibly easy to do.
It's not still up, is it?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes. I had to think for a second, but yeah, I remember it being shut down.
All right, just making sure.
But I mean, you could literally turn it back on in like 10 minutes.
Oh my God.
Not to the degree that we had it, because we actually had like distributed. So it was really cool. Jonathan and AJ were like really motivated because it seemed like a fun thing to do, and they just smashed it. It was actually like great. It makes me sad because it was very well like thought out, implemented, done, future planned, all that type of stuff. It was really, really well scoped in. Those guys did a great job with it. And we didn't want to go anywhere because we started talking to lawyers, and they posed some questions to us about like, you know, if you want your stance to be no disclosure, whatever, are you okay with these things happening on a service that you run? And we were like, no.
Basically, the question was, are you okay enabling pedos?
Yeah. And we were like, nah. I guess we won't make all of the money in the world.
It would have been all of the money in the world, though.
We ran the math. It would have been
The world would have run out of money before we would have.
Yeah.
Especially with our audience and with the numbers that we know from working with VPN providers in the past,
that
we know we could have pushed.
It was huge. Even if we retained, if I remember correctly, if we were able to capture, I think it was like 25% of what we had literally already captured, we would have just been making monster money.
Yep.
And it's like,
So then, the question becomes, what's the difference? What is the difference between us making a VPN and making money, and us taking the money from companies that are profiting off of sheltering ne'er-do-wells?
It is an interesting one, but I think that's a question that you could pose to like almost anything.
Yeah, but don't whataboutism it.
You just did. That's what this is.
No.
What this question is.
No, that's not whataboutism. I'm saying here's something really bad.
Yeah.
And you're saying, well, what about other things that are bad? And I'm saying, no, answer the question.
Okay. I think it's still okay personally. Because you're not telling people, hey, are you this thing that's really bad? Use this one. It's good. You're talking about, actually in this situation, specifically promoting it for piracy, which is questionable in its own right, and something we would not be able to do if it was our own service, just to be super clear.
But what we could do is say VPNs are for piracy now, and then make our own VPN later, but never mention it again.
Yeah, yeah, it's
so
weird.
What is the difference between profiting from it directly? And to be clear, I actually have an answer in mind. I'm not just trying to give you a hard time.
I think it's doing the action of knowing that you're covering the trace for a certain type of people.
So I thought that's kind of what I was expecting him to say. And I guess the difference is that as the owner, right? Because there's no such thing as a completely untraceable connection. It is traced to somewhere, and then it is encrypted, right? So when you're using a VPN, it's a relay, right? So if there's some server hosting awful, unspeakable,
it's not liability
content. No, this is not a question of liability. There's VPNs that operate out of Canada. Clearly, it can be managed.
Yeah.
So if there's a server that has some unspeakable image or video or whatever it is on it, right? And there's a user who's accessing it. What the VPN does is it encrypts this leg, right? So any traffic monitoring that is happening still shows that unspeakable content arriving at your node. So they will come and they will ask you, where did it go? And Luke Lafreniere, CTO or whatever C-suite
would have to dive
ego
in front of
title we give him, would have to say, I will not answer that question. I know who they are.
Well, no.
Or
no logs.
Okay. But I could find out I could do it.
And I will choose not to.
I could do something about it.
I will dive in front of this person.
I will decide to not do this, to do nothing about it, to stand idly by.
Yeah. And I'm just like literally not willing to do that.
Yeah.
So if I'm not willing to do that and we advertise this service
that people do use for that,
saying, hey, there's no logs, then we'd have to go against what we were saying, because I'm not going to say no to that. So we're going to have logs. And then it's like, wait, we said we weren't going to have logs. So we can't really run this thing.
Yeah. But if someone else runs it, we're okay with it.
People are going to use it no matter what. If they want to use it and support us, neat. And the vast majority of our audience is going to use it for fine
probably
things.
Downloading movies.
We could promote kitchen knives. People could use them for making food. People could also use them for bad things. In the kitchen knife scenario, there's no logging to figure out who used your thing for bad stuff. Mm-hmm. It's not a perfect analogy.
No, it's really not.
But, like, I don't know. You can promote that people use something for good stuff.
Is piracy that?
Maybe some forms of it.
This is going to be the spiciest WAN show ever.
Yeah, I don't know why we're doing this necessarily, but...
It's a good conversation. This is a good conversation. I think so. I'm interested. Let us know. Is this a good conversation? Are you guys interested? No one's like, move on. Like, they tell us when they hate what we're talking about.
There's people talking about drastically unrelated things.
Yeah, but it's always like that. Yeah, people are like, this is great. This is how we do here. This is how we make decisions. The conversations we have on WAN Show are really not that different from the conversations that we have off of WAN Show.
They're quite related, yeah.
Except that y'all are watching it.
Yeah.
Yeah, voyeuristic weirdos. Especially the ones that are here live. Do we acknowledge them?
You can do that through the VPN as well.
How do I do that? How do I show them? WinCam. Look at that. We got some winners in the house.
Look at the prime seat up front. Wow. That's a glorious position.
A while back, we ran a contest, draw, sweepstakes. I don't know what to call it, but basically...
It's very comfy.
People who bought the 3D down jacket, one in however many people who purchased it, were eligible for an all... Actually, I don't know if all expenses were paid, but definitely the travel, definitely the plane and hotel were paid to come to the headquarters, get a tour, and hang out. They're actually, like, I could almost spit on them, but I wouldn't because they're above me, and it would actually come back because gravity and hit me myself. So I could spit on myself and almost reach them. They're like right above us right now.
Nice.
Hope you guys are enjoying the WAN show. Dan, are we doing live Q&A with these guys? Live merch messages? Is that a thing?
Yeah, I believe they're going to come down here and we can hang out for a bit.
Why don't we do another topic real quick, and then we'll bring on one of them for our merch message break after topic 2.
I think part of it, too, is for the service to exist like at all, it basically has to harbor bad stuff. So there isn't really getting around how it has to work, and I'm just not willing to run it. But I've used them relatively extensively. I suggest that other people use them relatively extensively. So if I'm going to do so, can I not also recommend one to use? I think that's fine. But I'm not willing to run it myself.
So there you go. You know what? Colton, if you're watching this, get PIA on the phone.
Doors open.
Yeah. Let's...
It's fine to me. Like, even when we stopped the sponsorship, I was kind of like...
I kept using it.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. Like,
I haven't canceled my PIA subscription.
Like 80% of other creators that have like Nord sponsorships or whatever they are, people aren't just going to find it there.
And you know what's funny is that...
What's the difference?
As far as I can tell, and you know, this is the more just like cynical business side of me. As far as I can tell, stopping our VPN sponsorships has earned us exactly this much goodwill anyway.
Yeah.
I didn't see, during any controversy, during any kind of kerfuffle, I haven't seen a single person that's gone, man, remember when like VPN sponsorships were not cool and Linus Media Group didn't take them for literally years?
Yeah. And there's lots of other sponsors who've done the same thing for it.
So I'm kind of sitting here going, like, you know, whatever
I'm not saying that, to be very clear, just because someone's going to quote that and then try to throw me under 18 different buses. I'm not saying that we shouldn't keep doing that. But especially if like we genuinely don't like, we use VPNs, it's fine. This one seems fine, cool. And then we control the talking points. What? At this point, I think we're only doing it because people like asked us not to, which is like, whatever, man. I don't know. If we're going to stop a sponsorship with someone because their customer support is super bad and we've had a lot of, our own user base report that as an issue and we've tried to follow up on it and we haven't seen any good improvements. Obviously, every company's going to have some customer support issues here or there, but like it's at unreasonable levels, or we find that their product is not satisfactory enough for whatever reason, whatever else. Like there's reasons why we cancel sponsorships. There's reasons why we don't do certain things. That's cool. We should keep doing that. But like if this was a goodwill move, I don't think it mattered anyways.
No, I don't think it made any difference whatsoever. Yeah. I don't think we're going back to Tunnel Bear though.
Yeah, see, but there was a reason.
Someone suggesting, yeah.
But PI is still around. They seem fine. I haven't heard anything bad. I don't know.
They were acquired by Cape.
Okay.
And Cape has had a complicated history.
Okay.
I think is probably the most generous possible.
I haven't listened to this stuff in years. I don't know.
Me neither.
Yeah. So maybe we should dip our toes back in.
I have no idea what Cape is up to these days. I have no idea what Nord's been up to lately. A lot of people in chat are saying I use PIA, I use PIA lots, blah blah blah. It's like, yeah, but we promoted PIA for years as well, so probably a lot of them.
That might be why they just still have the subscription.
Yeah. So, man, now I wish we had the. Top Gear 1224 is like canceling ASUS was wild after they paid for LTX. So that's a perfect example of how I
haven't seen anyone credit that.
We don't earn goodwill when we do things the community calls for. We just get people mad at us when we don't do whatever they demand. And B, how the community does not understand how things work behind the scenes here. And whenever they draw conclusions based on their understanding, almost invariably, the conclusion is wrong because their understanding is wrong. ASUS didn't pay for LTX. The attendees paid for LTX. Like the amount of speculation that ASUS had us under their thumb because of the sponsor.
Well, okay.
Like they're a major sponsor.
I might be able to add some context there.
Yeah, sure.
The amount you guys charged is not in line with other conventions that I've seen for booths, for sponsors, like title sponsors, for anything like that. The amount of income coming from those things was like orders of magnitude lower than the numbers that I know from certain people that run other certain conventions. Like way lower. Even considering like differences in attendance rates and stuff like that.
Sure.
Like and there's reasons for that because Linus was super, and I'm not against this. I'm pointing at you because it was your idea, but I liked it. But Linus was super militant about like, if you have a booth, there has to be something cool there that people can do and all this kind of stuff. So the convention was really fun because you walk into all these conventions that are just like, it's basically just a bunch of stores or a bunch of like info booths that aren't very interesting. So we want it to be more interactive and cool, but doing that meant that a lot of these big players that go and spend big money at these shows were not really interested because they have a booth that they bring to shows all year. It does one thing and they don't want to make it do a special thing just for this one show. Yeah. So we didn't capture a lot of that. But I think that's probably where some assumption comes from is often those title sponsors are like big money. Really big money.
Well, that's fair enough. Top Gear says, whoa, I didn't say that. I was just saying canceling a headline sponsor type profile. No, I'm not meaning to call you out or anything. I'm just saying that people generally do not understand the dynamics at play here. And it wasn't you, but it was a lot of people when ASUS was under fire for their handling of particularly some warranty issues. There were a lot of people saying, well, LTT is not going to say anything because there is no tech brand that we're not willing to speak out against. And there's a reason that major tech brands either don't work with us for years at a time. We didn't work with NVIDIA for over 2 years on a sponsored basis. They begrudgingly, especially at first, later on things were a lot smoother, but at first they begrudgingly seeded us cards for reviews just so that we could do our basic coverage of them. That was it. There are major tech brands that simply do not talk to us at all. We're not in this industry to make friends. Apple has my digits. I know they do, because I've exchanged emails with a rep one time when they needed something from me. Every other time that I've reached out to them, they have explicitly ignored it. So consider who you're going after. If it's the corruption you're trying to root out, if it's the people who play the game. We've shown time and time and time again. We're willing to stand behind what we say. We're willing to stand behind what we believe. Where was the thing?
Two quick things on the convention topic. If you want to look into booth prices, something that's very interesting is Battlestate Games, the people that run Tarkov, are incorporated in the UK or something instead of Russia. And that means all of their corporate documents and finances and stuff are public. You can look up how much they spend on booths. It will blow your freaking mind.
Really?
I'm talking like $500,000 a show sometimes.
Wow.
Like,
okay, yeah, we were not getting that kind of money.
No. They're also going on stuff like Gamescom.
Sure.
But like,
yeah, that's wild, dude.
Huge money in booths. Also, I'm going to Open Sauce. Come say hi. It's going to be really fun. I'm doing a panel, and I'll be hanging out during the show. I realize I haven't told anyone.
All right. One more about to get us canceled topic.
Nice, let's go. You organize your Welches? Is that the topic?
No. That's not going to get me canceled. They all have OCD anyway. I've made a grid out of my gummy candies here. You can't really see it because it's behind my
They're
stream
perfectly
deck,
they're all in the same direction.
Linus has
they're
ADHD.
Sorted by color, and they're in a grid.
This is a good thing.
All right. A small distraction over on Floatplane asks, is there ever an ethical gambling sponsorship? Adults can choose their vices? Like basically, the question is, if it's legal, why are we taking some kind of moral high ground here? It's something people enjoy. It's something that has made its way into mainstream acceptance, especially over the last 5 to 10 years. What's our problem? Why don't we just get the bag? I'm expanding on the question a little bit, obviously here, but
thinking my immediate jump to would go extreme levels of mental manipulation in order to ruin your life. And I think that's like genuinely the main goal of the entire thing. I don't think there's a positive to it, literally at all, ever. The only person I have ever seen that has had a healthy relationship with it was John Martin, actually. And the way that he would do it was...
writer.
Yeah, he would leave anything...
He doesn't mean was John Martin. John Martin still exists and still works here.
Yeah.
Still cool.
I meant because this
Saw him
story,
at Christmas,
this story
he looks great.
Is old. Yeah, he actually does.
Yeah.
He's doing good. But
anyway,
he would leave any way of increasing the amount of funds on hand at home, go with a fixed amount of money, and he enjoyed the process. So to him, he was like, I'll bring as much as I would take to go see a movie. I'll get free food because they give you free food when you're there. I'll play some games until I'm out of money, or when I get a reasonable amount and feel like I'm happy, and then I'll go home. And then that is like, I am accepting an entertainment expense for the night, and there is no way for me to extend it. I respected that. That seemed fine. The positive is the winnings. You don't get it, man.
No, that's not.
You don't win.
The house always wins.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that.
Yeah. Sorry, dude. And like, I appreciate you're a Floatplane subscriber, all that kind of stuff, but like, that's not, you lose. That's how that works.
And you is not necessarily you personally.
Yeah.
You
is the
personally
people.
might have
win that one time and be up.
Unprecedented streak of luck, but you collectively definitely mathematically lose.
Yeah.
And like, man,
and the problem with saying the upsides is the winnings is you just wholeheartly accepting the upside is the mental manipulation that is going to eventually rip all my money away.
And like the one I've talked about
this. You're taking the dopamine loop that they want you to take, which is bad.
I've talked about this on the WAN Show before, but like a big moment for me was just walking around in Las Vegas for the first time. The bathrooms are so clean. Like, you could eat off them. They're huge. The ceilings are 30 feet high and painted like the sky. Like it's like every inch of it, every brick that was laid with money taken from people who traveled there.
Everything they possibly can to communicate to you that you will lose, and horrifically.
And this is how much you're going to give us. Not you personally necessarily, but you
walking into the mouth of a demon.
Like, you collectively are here to enrich us this much. And even if you win, guess what? We're going to fill this place with fine food and products that are also going to give you a dopamine hit and activities, which, to be clear, I have no problem with activities. The point is, we're going to fill this place with all this stuff so that even when you win, you're going to spend it. Easy come, easy go. You're going to spend it. Oh, guess what? On establishments within our buildings that we own that funnel that money back to us in the form of rent. The whole thing is designed where even if you walk out of Las Vegas up $200 after you spent, $100 of it on, let's say, a necklace or something, they are still going to keep some of your money there. So why don't we take gambling sponsorships? Because neither Luke nor I believe it has.
I used to work at
any reason to promote it.
Yeah,
we don't.
I used to work at the bread factory, and there was. I'm not saying dudes there because there was only men there. I'm saying dudes there because I actually don't think any of the women had negative gambling problems. Only the guys did. So L men. But there was many times and many different people that people would come into work and you'd hear them like begging for extra hours and you try to figure out what's going on. And it turns out that they yet again gambled their rent away and are worried about becoming homeless. They could have easily afforded their rent. They were doing fine. We made pretty good money at that point in time. I knew these people. I knew they were doing okay. They were living within means. Everything was okay, but they gambled it away. They lost it. And then they'll, almost, lost everything.
One more double or nothing.
That was rough. And then a few months later, the same thing happens. Because you're being mentally manipulated. You're being controlled. Like, just don't allow this to happen. And don't feed into it. And I don't know. It's so bad.
I'd probably promote alcohol and cigarettes before I'd promote gambling. Speaking of vices, right? Like you were saying, let people pick their vices. They're adults, and that's fair enough. And you know what? Like to Luke's point, some people can have a healthy relationship. I
actually fully respect John's approach. 100%.
I had not met someone with a healthy relationship, and your brain's just about gonna fall out of your head. I had not met someone with a healthy relationship with smoking.
What?
Until I met one of my badminton friends. She will light up one cigarette, like once a quarter. Just be like, I like this. I like to enjoy it once in a while. And then we'll just not smoke for a month, 2 months, 3 months.
I mean, I still think it's bad, but...
It's not good for you, but it's not going to kill them. 4 cigarettes a year is not going to kill someone, Luke.
Inhaling smoke is just bad.
Sure, but you'd probably be worse off sitting around the campfire all summer.
That's very true. That's why I hesitated a little bit. I was like, there's a lot worse things that we
Let's be real here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as bad as like chain smoking. So I don't know.
It's one of those things where it's like, you can have but to be clear,
there's really weird arguments you can make about the upsides of nicotine, and things get really odd when you start going down that path. But then there's much healthier ways to ingest nicotine if you're going for the positive effects that it does have, even though it does have really addictive properties. All this other kinds. Like, it gets really messy, but yeah.
So it's one of those things. To be clear, some people seem confused. We are not going to be promoting smoking or alcohol.
No.
That's not the point. The point is just that it kind of doesn't matter, because these are things that, in general, are designed to entrap.
They're designed to be addictive. They're designed to... Not necessarily they're designed to, but they hurt you.
Yeah. And you know what? I think we make a bit of an exception for like mobile games, for example. Our line is that it has to be fun without paying.
That's a pretty good line in my opinion. Because there are mobile games that are fun. There are mobile games that are free that are fun. I like Pokemon Go. I don't engage with it in a way that I feel like it is being predatory to me. I think it's fine.
I saw one comment a little while back, and unfortunately, I lost it. But it was a good one. Someone was basically like, "Yeah, gambling is fine if it's you and your buds playing poker, and you know that if you lost, your buddy won, 100%."
That's a totally different thing.
I've got no problem with that.
100%.
If there was GambleWithYourFriends.com, and their model was that they took like, let's say, 1% off the top or something like that, because realistically a lot of the odds are kind of like that anyway, but the house was never just like blackjack, right? Like the house was never just like taking all of someone's money. I honestly think I could maybe accept that.
What would it even it would just support poker, is that correct?
Sure. Or just anything where you are betting with. Well, no, we can't enforce that it's with people's friends. We can't enforce that relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it just becomes a poker website.
Yeah.
Okay, well, hypothetically, right? In a perfect, imaginary utopia, if there was gamblewithyourfriends.com and it was the online equivalent of just you're all busy and don't have time to gather around that stereotypical round table just off to the side in the kitchen.
And I know that some people don't like playing things like poker when there is no stakes. In this case, the easiest one is probably financial, but some people will do other things, and that's fine. But they don't like playing it when there is none, because people just like go all in every hand and like not really take it very seriously. So you kind of want something on the line so people play it more seriously. That's all fine. You do that with your buddies in the comfort of your own home, whatever. Personally, I don't care at all. Go have fun. It's the more corporatized gambling that's the problem. I'm even like, I generally don't take bets of like almost any kind.
Lunch.
I'll do lunch?
Yeah.
But then that's like, the result of this bet is we go hang out.
Yes.
Which is like, yeah.
Everybody wins.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm totally cool with those. But like, hey, I'll bet you $50 that this team is going to beat this other team in insert sports game. Like, I have no interest in that at all. I don't know. $20 buy-in, no rebuy. Yeah, see, like that seems decently healthy to me as long as everyone can afford it. You might not have a friend that can, so that gets a little weird.
Uncle Charlie MT, volunteer fire department. People hung around and played poker. If you lost $20, you went home. Nobody wanted mad wives. Nice.
See, that seems pretty good. That's probably okay.
Yeah, but there's no way to enforce that with an online service.
Totally, yeah.
I don't see how we could get involved in that.
Yeah.
It's incredible how much money there is in it, though. Like, absolutely wild. Hey, speaking of things that are incredible, how much money is in them, thank you so much for supporting us through LTTStore.com. We are going to do some merch messages, ladies and gentlefolk. The way merch messages work is all you got to do is, instead of just throwing money at your screen randomly like you normally would on YouTube or Twitch or whatever else, you can throw money at LTTStore.com. All you got to do is add one of our fabulous products to your cart, and a little here. Let's go. We'll check out our zip up mock neck. Huh. Look how stylish Tynan looks. Okay, available in up to triple XL. We're going to add that to the cart, and anytime
I like the dark colored undershirt. That actually works really well.
Anytime we are live, there will be a merch message banner here, so you can decide whether to make it anonymous or show your first and last name. You can leave us a little message. Ooh, you can even pick your color. How cute is that? And it will go to producer Dan, there he is, who will curate your message for me and Luke, or respond to it himself, or forward it to the appropriate person, or just blast it up on the bottom of the screen for everyone to admire. And the best thing about merch messages is you can throw your money at the screen in order to interact with the show, and Even if we don't get to it, or, your answer is something that we can't answer, or whatever else it is, you will still get your fantastic merchandise in the mail. We've got a couple of new things that we are promoting on the store this week. We are launching 2 new apparel items. We've got the Pocket T-shirt and zip-up mock neck. So I showed you guys the zip-up mock neck already. It looks great, obviously. Zipper pocket, got the little subtle LTT branding. How sharp does everybody look? YKK zipper, of course, because we are all about that quality. There you
the
go,
only
guys.
thing that I don't like about our stealth branding, in general, I love it, and I want it for myself. But the only thing I don't like is sometimes when I'm like driving to work and stuff, I'll notice someone walking down the street wearing like a sweater or with the backpack or something. I'm like, hey, cool. And now I can't tell.
Yeah, well, okay, that's fair.
But it's good quality stuff.
Luke, we're going to have something coming for you.
Nice.
It's going to be very recognizable.
Nice.
Very out there.
I hope it's just your face.
No, it will not be that.
Do you remember what was the dentist shirt?
The dentist one. Yeah.
That was so good.
We've also got our new Pocket T-shirt. It's a T-shirt. Now with
featuring pocket.
Infinity % more pocket.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's right. Look at that. Pocket. Boom, right there. Boom, right there on the back. Kidding. Boom, pocket. Available in black and blue.
Whatever
I'm sure we've got
slate.
Yeah,
sure.
we've probably got some fancy name for slate.
That's a cool name for it.
Slate.
I like that.
It's really comfortable. Same fit as our blank tees. So if you love our tees and you love pockets, we got you. We got you.
Pocket gang.
All right. Want to hit us with some merch messages? Dan, do you want to do the in-person one first from the...
I was going to ask you if you want.
Let's do it. We'll bring on the winner. We'll bring on the winner cam while we do that.
Sure, come over here.
I think they're, it's this one.
It's like very in-person.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we can put both.
We have so many cameras.
Oh, my goodness. Cameraception.
Cameras for
It's everywhere.
Yeah. So, okay. I think this is Connor, right?
Yes.
Hey, Connor. And we've got some questions.
Perfect. Thanks, guys. What I wanted to ask was, whatever happened to IceGiant cooling? Any updates on the next version of the Pro Siphon Elite? Now that traditional air coolers and all-in-ones are so effective and cheap, did they miss the market opportunity?
That's a good question. In terms of what happened to them, I don't think that anything in particular has happened to them other than that they made a really cool, really innovative product. And unfortunately, am I muted?
I got you.
Oh, I don't think anything in particular has happened to them insofar as I don't think they've gone out of business or anything. The last time they showed up on my radar, someone on the forum messaged me or posted publicly. I can't remember, but I was paying attention to this discussion that was taking place, and they had an issue where they had lost their mounting hardware and they weren't able to mount it to their new upgraded computer, right? Because they were using one set and then they needed a new set. Ultimately, I think the resolution to that was that IceGiant did get them a replacement mounting kit. So evidently they still exist. Luke is on their site right now.
Yeah, and they have a add to cart product page. They have listings on their product page for 3 different things. 2 of them are in stock, one's out of stock. It looks like a real site. It's running through Shopify. So
they're active there, but the challenge for their product is that the problem that it solves is not necessarily one that most people have. So they came along at what seemed like a really good time when Threadripper 5000 and subsequent generations of Threadripper were looking like we were going to have this need for coolers that were not just able to get the heat away from the CPU, but we're able to dissipate that heat to the air around them, because that's the advantage of the thermosiphon, right? Is that it does an incredible job of drawing a colossal amount of heat and distributing it to the fins so that it can dissipate it to the air. And it doesn't suffer from the same bottlenecks that heat pipes do. But the problem with that is that it's only really effective when you have a heat source that is outputting a ton of heat. And the thing about a lot of modern CPUs, now that AMD pays absolutely no attention to consumer Threadripper whatsoever, like we got these like super high priced Threadripper and Threadripper Pro 7000 chips.
Yeah.
A year and a half into the Zen 4 life cycle. Like, are you kidding me right now? If I'm an enthusiast, did I wait that long to be on the latest architecture? Like, come on, are you kidding me? Right? So realistically, this is something professional users are using. The thermal challenges have been solved. The people who are actually running these things overclocked to the point where they really need to avoid overwhelming their heat pipes in order to get the heat away from the chips. Like, who are these people? And then on the Intel side, they're still using monolithic dies, right? They're still using, and when I say monolithic, I mean single. I don't mean that they're actually big, right? They're still using these single dies where the bottleneck is not how much heat can we dissipate to the air. Like an NHD 15 is more than adequate to dissipate the 350 watts that you'll get out of a 14900K. The problem is that heat is coming from such a concentrated tiny area that you can't get it away from there fast enough. I mean, that's why you see Intel, actually, we didn't talk about this on WAN Show. Intel is allowing system integrators to ship their CPUs delidded now. Select system integrators are shipping delidded top tier Intel CPUs.
That's actually insane.
Yeah, that blows my freaking mind with warranty. Yeah.
That's wild.
I know, right?
That's not something I would have seen that.
We're going back to the bare die, baby.
Ever, yeah.
Like, what year is it? 2003?
That's nuts.
I mean, Intel had IHSs even then. So my point is that I don't think IceGiant has gone anywhere so much as IceGiant's necessity of their product has gone somewhere. If we were getting regular updates for Threadripper at a reasonable price, and we had these large chips where the challenge is how do we get all the heat dissipated to the air, then I think there'd be a huge market for it. But as it is, on the Intel side, you got this tiny die, and the thermosiphon does nothing to help with that. And on the AMD side, there's no point overclocking their Ryzen non-Threadripper chips anyway. What are you going to do? Like, get another 50 megahertz out of it? You can't even really push them beyond their power limit. Not really. I mean, obviously, if you're an extreme overclocker, you're modifying the board. Yeah, exactly.
I brought it to...
Not interested. Boom. Where's Luke muted?
I can fight back.
Got him.
Wait, no, you didn't even do it.
Yeah, I did. Did you give me a fake button, Dan?
No, I just am bad at my job. Oh, there it goes. Oh, I see. I accidentally picked the same one that chooses
Dan,
the wide cam.
How dare you?
That makes sense.
How dare you give me a fake Luke?
No, you just push it until it turns red. You're fine.
Sorry, Dan. I'll tank all the repercussions from this. I appreciate it.
What is happening?
No, I'm just actually incompetent. Just push it until it turns red.
I appreciate you diving under that bus, Dan. I got you.
All right. Good question. Thank you very much.
No, I know they were talking about a copper version forever, and I was just curious. You never heard anything about it, and it just makes me wonder what kind of they're going to be doing in the future. But
I mean, look, it's even when you have a really successful product, it's really tough to maintain the kind of revenues that you need to support R&D to build another product.
Yeah.
Screwdriver,
especially if you're supporting any other people.
Screwdriver has been colossally successful for us. We've sold over 130,000 screwdrivers now. That's pretty easy math to do, you guys. You can do it at home on your calculatrice. But these days, I mean, we are down to moving, compared to what we did at launch, right? We are now moving in a month what we might have done in an hour on launch day, right? Like it's not on the same scale, and you have to continue to evolve the product and innovate. You have to continue to support all the people who are out there owning the product already and who are, contacting you a year later, hey, I'm having this issue, or whatever the case may be. There's a lot of overhead involved in running a business. And so, that's why you see the really successful companies like the Corsairs of the world go out and they're looking for a new vertical to attack pretty much every year, whether it's cases or power supplies or peripherals or streaming or whatever. Those guys are doing freaking everything now. And there's a reason for it, because if you're not growing your product portfolio, it's actually really, really hard to sustain your business. There's only so much innovation that you can do on a cooler. You could make a copper one. Sure. But I mean, I can tell you right now, based on what I know about the differences in the thermal characteristics of aluminum and copper, that copper cooler was going to be a degree or three better, and it was going to cost so much more that realistically, very few people were going to spring for the copper one.
It looked sick.
I know, right?
Would have looked really good.
I know.
But very expensive.
All right, Dan, do you want to hit us with a digital merch message?
Oh,
thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let's have a look. Okay. Hey, a little. Got a new job as a USB test engineer, and I've almost convinced my supervisor to buy the $15,000 cable tester you guys reviewed. What are the coolest tests Lab has coming up, in your opinion?
I kind of wish we could ask some questions back.
I know, right?
We know who they are. Could email them.
We're actually upgrading our cable tester, so that's going to be something.
Buy our used one.
Because you know that well, I think we're still going to be using the one we have, but we're going to need an upgraded one when we work on our cables, because we want to validate them for data rates that our current cable tester is not capable of handling.
Makes sense. That's going to be a somewhat recurring expense, I guess.
I think probably the coolest thing... Oh, I don't know. Everything's cool. Those guys are working on so much cool stuff. A really cool one that I saw is this thermal test platform that has, I think it's either 6 or 9 sensor locations, and they created a custom PCB for the monitoring piece that outputs the logs of the temperature in the case in all these different spots, because we don't want to just review a GPU and show the GPU temps. We want to review a GPU and show the GPU temps and the temps near your VRMs and the temps on your, all over your case, right? So that we can try to quantify, okay, this cooler design, does it assist with exhausting the hot air out of the back of the case? Does it blow all the hot air up toward your CPU area?
Have you had any companies reach out and be like, this is scary? Why are you guys looking so closely?
Well, yeah, but that's our job.
That's pretty funny. I haven't heard of that personally. That was a genuine question.
I mean, yeah, there's obviously going to be people that don't like it. Most of them are smart enough to not express any trepidation, because then we're going to know to dig.
Then you look further. Yeah, exactly.
All right. Do you want to give me one more, Dan?
Yep, absolutely. Hi, Linus, Luke, and Dan. Well, this is weird. They're doing it normally.
Yeah, who does that?
What's wrong with it? How is daily driving high RR OLED? Is it more efficient than IPS LCD? Also, ever tried TinyOS 11? It's a stripped-down Windows 11 OS. I use it and love it because it's no useless crap.
We've had looking at alternative stripped down OSs again on our list of things to do for a little while. I think that we're going to get to it. It's a matter of time. There can be some...
There's some issues.
Yeah, there's some issues with these. Some of them have kind of worked around the licensing issues with Microsoft. Others, it seems like, have not quite so much. There's also issues around trust. What is this script doing exactly? I haven't personally gone in and vetted every line of code. So if I haven't, what's my confidence level recommending it? And there are some that are...
And then what if they update it after you do?
Widely enough known that there's a level of trust there, but hey, it's trust and verify, right? So if I'm just trusting, then I'm not really verifying.
We've ran into this issue before where we'll release a video about something, and then that thing will change, but it's significantly harder to change the video.
Yep, and we've also run into issues where even seemingly well-intentioned, community efforts have evolved over time. Like it used to be that we would call out community, like funny community domains, Like people would make like funny websites and stuff based on jokes we'd make about domain name ideas, and we'd go to them and we'd laugh at the things that they've done, and then we would find out that later they had altered it for like self-promotion or some other kind of thing. Like they hadn't in good faith continued the joke.
There was one in particular that went like really far to the point where it was super not okay. Impersonation, trying to get money out of people, tracking information, all this type of stuff. Like it was really bad. So we try not to do that anymore.
So we basically like this is why we can't have nice things, right?
Yeah.
As for daily driving high refresh rate OLED, I wouldn't say it's more efficient than IPS. I mean, OLED has its own power draw issues. In fact, you know what? I don't know. I'm going to go ahead and say I don't know. I actually don't think power consumption is part of our test suite for most monitors these days. Although we did check out a monitor recently that draws 6 watts. 31.5 inches, does up to 2200 nits peak brightness.
What?
And draws 6 watts. See if you can figure it out. I'll let him think for a second, and then I'll finish talking about high refresh rate OLED. It's super cool. It's amazing. I don't know for sure if it will be, if there will be zero burn-in forever. It looks, the indications are that QD OLED is pretty good these days, but we're going to have to see how it goes.
I did think of this before chat said it.
Okay. What is it?
It's not e-ink, is it?
No.
Yeah, okay, then I have no idea.
It's LCD.
I have no clue. Makes no sense to me at all.
You heard it here first. Luke has no clue. LukeHasNoClue.com.
Yeah. Oh. Why would you do this? We just talked about it.
Because it's really funny.
But it's going to be a domain in like minutes.
I know. Don't go to it. There.
Oh, yeah. Great.
Oh.
But how else will they know that Luke has no clue?
What do you figure out, Dan?
I know what monitor it is.
No, that's cheating.
That video is going to be incredible.
That's cheating, Dan.
No, I'm not saying nothing. I'm not even giving hints.
You might say the video will be brilliant. Dazzling.
I like knowing
You might
things.
say that the video was a bright idea.
He's taunting me.
Or the monitor.
I want you to all understand this. He's not saying things that will actually make me figure it out.
The video is...
But he's just saying things to bother me.
The things I'm saying right now are a reflection of how I feel about the video.
That's cool. I have no idea.
We cover the full spectrum of things you might want to know about the product in our video.
I'm not going to get it.
All right. I'll give you a better hint.
Okay. I'm probably not going to get it still.
Game Boy Advance.
What? Is it like magnifying the screen somehow?
Nope.
I have no idea.
It has no backlight.
Oh. Why?
How does it get to 2200 nits peak brightness, you ask?
I don't know. Do you have to light it yourself?
I will say that the power fits in the palm of my hand.
Oh my God, I hate this whole conversation. This whole thing just sucks.
You don't have to do WAN Show. You could end the streak and then I would win.
If I ended the stream now, it wouldn't end the streak.
No, the streak.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean you would just quit halfway through? No. Quitters never prosper. Okay.
Then how would that apply to this conversation then?
Look, okay, this is a really good hint. The power fits in the palm of my hand. It's a pop culture reference. Good Lord.
I don't... How did you possibly think a pop culture reference was going to help me?
That's fair. The power of in the palm of my hand.
I have no idea.
Batman. No, it's not Batman.
Nice to meet you.
Everyone in chat is spamming sun. Was I supposed to guess sun? So you put it in front of a window?
Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
So
and also really weird.
So basically,
if it's nighttime.
So instead of a backlight, it has a mirror-like surface behind the LCD panel.
Okay.
Is that cool or what?
That's pretty neat. What is it for?
It's fucking terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's in like the coolest way.
But it's interesting and neat.
It's super interesting.
I'm excited to watch the video about it. I don't think I'd want one. I'm sure there's some application where it would be cool because you're like in an environment where power is like very difficult to come by. I'm sure there's gotta be like somebody out there who's like, oh my goodness, I need this.
You got to see it in person. We'll grab it out for you. It's something to behold. I'll put it that way.
And we cover super cool applications of the technology in the video.
The Muddy Reptar got me. He's like, he can't quit while wearing a Terry Fox t-shirt.
Oh. Now you're stuck with us forever.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, I love that.
That's a deep cut for Canadians, man. That's true.
Yep. You would be letting down Terry.
Yeah, that's impossible.
Actually, now's probably a good time for us to reiterate that the reason we're wearing these shirts are to support the Terry Fox Run. You can get your shirt at terryfox.org. All proceeds support cancer research. Registration for the 2024 Terry Fox Run will open on April 12th, and the 44th annual Terry Fox Run will take place across Canada on September 15th. Terry Fox is a national treasure. We are extremely proud to partner with the Terry Fox Foundation. Cool. When I say partner, I realize that's a sponsorship disclosure word. That's not what's taking place here.
Obviously, we're not making money.
We were just thrilled to hear from them and absolutely honored to support the Terry Fox Foundation. They've been doing absolutely incredible work. If you don't know who Terry Fox is, then now's the time to Google him, learn about his life. He was so young. He was taken from us far too early, and yeah, absolutely incredible. Diagnosed with cancer at a very young age, lost his leg, decided to run across the country to raise awareness, raise cancer awareness, and raise money to fight cancer.
You're going to break Linus up, man.
Damn it.
You're trying. It's a big deal.
I'm done.
It's genuinely a very big deal.
Yep.
And I said the obviously thing. I know there's some creators that have taken money for charity work stuff where I would like to think that it's obvious we're not doing that. But yeah, just so you know.
Speaking of charitable sponsorships, we actually are doing one.
Nice.
We are, well, no, it's a little complicated. So we are doing a charity auction stream for BC Children's Hospital on April 17th. This will be at around 1 p.m. Pacific on Whatnot. So Whatnot is working with us. They are an auction platform, and they have kindly waived
it's a little different.
all fees so that the proceeds will go directly to BC Children's Hospital. We're really excited about this. Our auction items include 5 incredibly powerful PCs that will be hand-built by Linus Sebastian. I'm just reading the talking points. They put my name in there for some reason. They will be built by me.
It's fun having you say your own last name.
The slowest one out of all the PCs, and this is great, has a 14900K and an RTX 4080. So these are going to be beast machines. We're trying to raise some real money, which means huge shout out to all the companies that have donated to this cause. In particular, ASUS and Corsair, who have donated the majority of the components for our PC builds, but also HP, Acer, Elgato, which is also Corsair, Dell, Intel, Google, Noctua, Sabrent, Logitech, Nothing, the phone company, not like Thanks for Nothing, and many more.
Wait.
What?
Oh, just donated to the cause. Okay, I get it. I get it. I was like, what computer parts are we getting from Nothing and Google?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
All right, understood.
And we're going to be auctioning a bunch of stuff. So I'm going to be building computers.
Oh, but there's other things.
Dude, I have wanted to do this video for like 3 years because it has the best title. I will build you a PC right now.
Oh.
That's going to be the title of the video.
That's pretty good.
Right now.
That's pretty good.
So you will be able to bid on a computer while I am live.
Oh.
It'll all be for charity, and I will build it for you right in front of you. It's going to be flipping awesome.
Nice.
We've got a pre-built PC from Main Gear. We've got an Acer Nitro 16 gaming laptop, peripheral bundles, phones, all kinds of stuff that we're going to be auctioning for charity. Streaming bundles include custom merch from LTTStore, many other little bits of LTT history. So if you're considering buying a computer or a gaming headset or a mouse or something like that, consider doing it at our auction and having those dollars go to a good cause. I doubt that the price is going to be the best price because people tend to go kind of wild when it comes to charity auctions, but
But it's cool.
That's a feature, not a bug.
Quite literally.
And as I already said, all of the proceeds are going to go to BC Children's Hospital, which is one of our favorite causes to donate to. I think, the last little update thing for those of you who sat through this is kind of a big deal. It's funny. I came across a post, and I'm not going to name any names, but it was basically like comparing sort of our quality of our guests to another content creator. And I was like, I mean, we don't really like do
When's
guests.
the last time we even had one?
And the issue for us is that we are chronically not on schedule. And the thing about having important guests is that if you are late for them, that's pretty fucked up. It's bad enough that we're late for the show in general, and we are sincerely sorry. It is all in the pursuit of building you guys the best float plane and the best content that we possibly
saying you're
can.
Not important guests.
I am not saying that. They're not guests. They're homies. That's different. The point is that it's funny timing, because only a couple weeks after I came across that, I had possibly the biggest guest fall into my lap.
This is actually crazy.
And it was serendipitous. But next week, we will be having the one, the only Mr. Jim Keller joining us for a call-in. For those of you who do not know who this is, same thing as with Terry Fox, okay? Totally different fields, right?
Yeah.
But Google him right now.
Yeah.
He is the CEO of Tenstorrent. He was the lead architect of AMD's K8 microarchitecture. He co-designed the x86-64 instruction set. He was later the lead designer on the Zen architecture. He also had a big role in designing the Apple A4 and A5, the company's first in-house SoCs. And he worked at Tesla during the development of their autopilot technology. Anyone asking who Jim Keller is, please. So we're going to have him on the show. He's going to be talking about what he's doing at Tenstorrent. Guy's an absolute legend in the computing world. I'm just dropping links in the chat. You guys are not going to want to miss this. These links are to where you guys can suggest some topics of conversation. Obviously, I'm going to be asking him about his new gig right now. But if you guys have any kind of questions that are not going to get him in, non-disclosure agreement trouble or anything like that, like, don't ask him to talk smack about previous companies he worked for. It's not going to be, that's not the kind of thing we're doing here. But if you have anything that you want to kind of hear us discuss with Mr. Jim Keller, we are getting an opportunity to talk to him. We're really excited about it. It's funny because the topic came up in a conversation with Tenstorrent about hey, how do we work together? What you guys are doing looks really cool. And we saw you guys have this dev kit, and is that our opportunity to cover it and talk about it, or do you have something coming down the pipe? Basically, it was an exploratory call. I jumped on with them, and they were like, "Oh yeah, it'd be really cool is if we had Jim on." And I was like, they're like, "Yeah, we don't really know if you guys do guests or anything." I'm like, "Well, here's the thing, we don't." but when is Jim going to be able to join us? It's one of those things where this is funny. So I assigned someone to go through the form. The form doesn't work.
I will. I'll reach out to the guy who made it.
Okay, Dan will get it fixed. The point is, I asked a couple of people on the team to create the form and go through the responses to the form to kind of see what are the biggest things, the most common things people want to see us talk about. And I was like, okay, and can you also kind of put together, some stuff to help guide the conversation? Because as much as I can talk fairly intelligently about most areas of technology, I know just enough to be dangerous, and I do not want to look like any more of an idiot by comparison than I already will with him on the show.
It's gonna be bad.
It's like most people are pretty dumb.
He's got to be in my I don't know exactly where, but I was trying to think of of individuals exact names that I've Googled in my lifespan. He's got to be up there.
Yeah.
Every once in a blue moon, I'm just like, what is he up to? While making products with sick names. Have you seen their product names?
Tenstorrent? Yeah.
Gray Skull. So sick. Everything's so boring these days.
Here.
But the Grayskull E75.
Yeah, this is the dev kit one, right? Yeah, this is the dev card. So cool. This is already, from chatting with them, kind of old news. But this is all about, so he probably will talk about this, and this is something that they are promoting right now because they do want to get these in people's hands so that they can interact with the hardware so that when the time comes, things are going to work.
Yeah.
And well, I'm going to let him talk about how excited they are about what they're working on.
I'm so stoked.
Yeah,
it's going to be
pretty
great.
Excited for this. Oh,
it's just a permissions issue with the
hold on a second. Coolio Ash says, I'm going to be honest, I have no idea what the products he's made are used for, but it's obvious he's done some big things. Okay, so let's go through it. K8, that was before Zen. Okay, so before Ryzen. That was the last time that AMD stole the performance crown from Intel. They stole it hard. They came out of absolutely nowhere, having been kind of languishing for a fairly extended period of time, and crushed it. Not only did they come take the single core performance crown, they beat Intel to 64-bit. They beat Intel to multi-core computing and just slayed it. Mr. Keller moved on. I believe his next port of call was Apple. Don't quote me on that. I forget the exact order of operations here because I think he's done some shorter stints and gone back and stuff. Don't worry about it. But the point is the A4. The A4 was when the iPhone stopped using commodity chips, guys. Stopped using commodity chipsets. That was when Apple Silicon, Apple brands their computer products Apple Silicon, but that was where Apple Silicon was born, when Apple started designing processors that outperformed anything else that was on the market from companies that had been doing it forever. And obviously, none of these things happen from just one person, but there's a bit of a pattern.
Just look up his Wikipedia page and look at his known for. Athlon K7, AMD K8 lead architect, AMD K12, AMD Zen, Apple A4, Apple A5, a co-author of x86-64, Tesla Hardware 3.0, and a co-author of Hypertransport. It's like, oh! Whoa! Done some things.
Yeah. So then anyway, what I was getting to was when AMD finally came back, Ryzen. What was the common thread? Jim came back to AMD. He's not there now, though. He's doing Tenstorrent, so he's been working on some AI stuff, which is definitely in his wheelhouse from that time spent on. It was Hardware 3.0 at Tesla, I think.
Yeah.
The autopilot hardware.
Yeah.
So yeah, excited. It's going to be awesome. Dan, what are we supposed to be doing right now?
Let's go into
sponsors. Yes. Let us indeed do that.
The forum is fixed, by the way.
The show is brought to you by AG1. Instead of swallowing hundreds of supplements like a carp eats pellets, try AG1, which is a much easier spoonful to swallow. It's an all-in-one supplement that has 75 different vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants, and their team is always trying to find better ways to source, test, and find the best quality ingredients available. AG1 tests for hundreds of contaminants and banned substances, which is much better than the supplement industry's average of 10. That shouldn't surprise me, but anyway, it really is as easy as one scoop a day instead of purchasing all your different vitamins separately. Luke, Dennis, Maria, and actually a few other members here at LMG have tried or even use AG1 daily, whether it's because they wanted to stop cutting corners after a diet change or just because they liked the way it tasted in a breakfast smoothie. AG1 just made sense. And you can try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D3 plus K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/WAN Show. Check them out at the link down below. The show is also brought to you by Ridge. Stop spending hours jamming your bulky wallet in your pocket. Your ugly, bulky wallet just belongs in the trash can. Ridge is here to help you up your everyday carry game. Their wallets are slim and minimalistic and can hold up to 12 cards. And unlike those traditional wallets, Ridge wallets are built to last. They offer a lifetime warranty, which means if you ever feel your Ridge wallet isn't functioning properly, they will do everything possible to make it right. And they are consistently updating their designs, like this limited edition High Dive Blue and their brand new leather wallet. Is there going to be a visual for the leather wallet?
Sorry.
He's working on it. He's working on it. He's working on it. He's going to get there.
12.
Yeah, that's a leather. Oh, leather. Oh, that's the High Dive Blue. Ooh, that's leather. That's a leather sea glass. Leather center, leather Linus tech tips, leather flower. We're going to get to the leather one. We got this. Here, let's watch him do it. Let's watch him do it. He's going to get there.
I don't think there is a leather one.
For most wallets, you can even personalize them by adding your initials. And besides wallets, they've got key cases to keep your keys slick and tidy. And with over 80,000 5-star reviews and a 99-day risk-free trial, they are worth checking out. WAN Show viewers can use code WAN for 10% off their purchase plus free shipping. There's a leather one. Don't worry about it. It's in there somewhere. Finally, the show is brought to you by Vessi. Did you miss the eclipse this week? We did, but we didn't miss the rain. Got 'em. It rains pretty often here in Vancouver, but thankfully we have Vessi. Vessi makes comfortable and breathable shoes that most importantly are highly water resistant. They even say waterproof. The best thing is they're not made with rubber like those generic rain boots. Gross. Put those away. They're light and breathable and super easy to put on. Also, all their products are vegan and cruelty-free. That's right, they don't put any vegans into their products.
Oh.
That would have been cruel.
Yeah.
See? With their 1-year warranty and over 10,000 reviews, don't let the rain stop you from moving. Vessi offers shoes for all kinds of different occasions, so you can always find the ones that fit your routine. And now you can get 15% off your purchase with code WANSHOW at vessi.com/WANSHOW. You can check out the link down below. All right.
I might have to report you to your boss.
Why? What did I do?
Because when one of my employees was trying to work on something, you put him on camera in order to shame his lack of performance, which seems unfair.
It wasn't the lack of performance.
What was it?
It was the funniness of it.
I'm only trying to fix a form while doing sponsor reads. It's fine. It's fine.
Exactly.
I messed up.
Here's what I want to know.
My bandwidth is unacceptable.
Why doesn't Luke think that you can handle this?
Because Luke does not trust me at all.
Exactly.
He's a terrible manager and person.
Exactly.
I guess I lose this game.
All I'm trying to demonstrate is that even with the spotlight on him, Dan never
He'll get my
crumbles.
name one day. Yeah.
Dane. I was going to say Dane. Why?
Dave.
Get out of here.
I like working here. It's fun. I gotta talk to my therapist about this.
But hey, it'll be partially covered.
That's right.
Yeah?
You pay for it so that I can deal with you day in and day out.
It's a perfect system.
I didn't think it was partial covering.
Well, it depends.
Up to a certain amount.
Yeah. I mean, with the amount of therapy Dan needs.
So not covered at all.
I'm the reason why the amount is lower for everybody else at the company.
Oh boy.
Where are we? We doing merch messages?
Let's less cancel ourselves.
Yeah.
No, it's just me.
Should be good.
Merch messages? Yeah?
How about Apple is setting its users free and freedom is scary?
Oh, kind of funny.
Apple has further loosened some restrictions on iOS. It's actually been really interesting ever since the EU crackdown and now the US antitrust. How quickly Apple is running around trying to be like, well, no, like we're not a... Apple has further loosened some restrictions on iOS, including now allowing retro game emulators on the iOS App Store and reforming its pairing system to allow more devices to be salvaged for parts. This is pretty cool news. Remember we talked recently about how you never report on the good stuff, right? It's always about this is good.
Yeah.
Apple never had a formal rule against emulators, but it barred apps that ran external code, which included emulators. Apple is now explicitly allowing emulators, though they will need to be age-rated in accordance with the most explicit content available for them, and they must comply with all relevant laws regarding emulation.
What was that old game?
Leisure Suit Larry.
Yeah.
So I knew where he's going with this.
That's going to screw up all the emulators.
Yeah. Anywho, the change is primarily due to recent regulatory changes in Europe. So, yeah, I said that Apple was changing things, but realistically what's happening is Apple is finally being forced to play nice. Apple has also announced that it will be working on a new framework to allow customers and independent repair shops to use more existing parts from used devices rather than blocking their use with software locks under the assumption that the salvaged device has been stolen. Apple says this new system will still protect users' privacy. This will also include calibration for used parts after they are installed. So basically, they are finally walking back some of the pairing that they've been requiring. So there was this whole thing with batteries and with screens where you could take two perfectly working iPhones, take them apart, switch their screens, boot them back up, and you'd get depending on the part, you'd get an error message or you would get hindered functionality. It's almost like it was never about privacy at all, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because now that it's allowed, they're like, we can do it without compromising privacy.
It almost never is.
It's almost like that was the point the whole time. That was what they could have done the whole time. It's almost like this whole thing was just made up.
Yeah.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
You don't say. With that said, this is really funny. Some Apple fans don't seem to appreciate some of their new freedoms. This is great. Thanks to the EU, we have one more screen during the iPhone onboarding. Clown.
Oh, no.
Not everyone knows what
one more
browser is. Far from it. Why not ask for a default music player, default mail app, default camera app while we're at it? Unironically, that's a really good idea.
Is it? I don't know. I don't know if I care about that personally.
I think for music player, I don't know if I care about camera app.
Like this, as far as I can tell, This is them effectively exposing like the App Store as part of the opening your phone. No,
this is part of the you can't have Safari just be the only thing on iOS crackdown.
Yeah, but they're saying it's the onboarding. Personally, I don't necessarily think that this needs to be a part of the onboarding. It just needs to be something that you can do.
Oh, sure. Sure, that's fair enough. I mean, honestly, I don't mind it at onboarding.
I don't know if I want every single thing that my phone can do. I don't necessarily want to make a choice where it now downloads that app or whatever instantly when I'm trying to set up a new device. That sounds
compromise.
Kind of annoying.
One screen where it has all the default apps. You can click into them and change them, or you can go all the way down and go continue.
I'm on board.
Compromise?
Give me that skip button.
All right, let's go.
And then I don't care. Yeah, because what if I am an Apple user that's just like, yeah, I just want all the Apple stuff, which there's going to be tons of them.
And that's the whole thing, that a lot of the people who argue for Apple's walled garden and Apple's anti-competitive and anti-consumer practices they'll say, well, I don't want to pick. I just want them to tell me what's good. They still can. And you can still just use whatever Apple tells you to use. It's okay. It's fine.
I find it interesting that Chrome is at the bottom of the list.
Well, I mean, no one said Apple couldn't maliciously comply.
I will say, I've been using, I don't know if I've talked about this on the show ever, I've been using the Firefox mobile browser for a decade. Never had a single problem. It's fantastic. I have my URL bar, search bar stuff is at the bottom. I prefer that a ton. It's a user setting. It's stuck for years. It's great. I love Firefox Mobile. That's all I have to say. That's it. Someone was surprised. They're like, wait, what is that? They saw my phone and they're like, what is that? I was like, it's my browser. They're like, what do you mean? It doesn't look like Chrome? I was like, it's not Chrome. It's Firefox. And they're like, you use Firefox for mobile? I'm like, yeah, it's great. I don't know.
You're a liar.
No, I'm not.
Everyone who uses Firefox lies. You told me that.
No. All the people, not all the people.
The context for that was we did a poll on Floatplane during the WAN show asking what percentage of people use Firefox.
And I just knew
and then Luke
not right.
Went into our logs for the actual access.
Well, not me. AJ did.
Sorry, AJ went into our logs for the percentage of Floatplane users that use Firefox, and those numbers were not similar.
Not even sort of close. And like some people are like, oh yeah, you can spoof what browser it is, and some people do this for compatibility because a site will say that it doesn't work with Firefox, but if you just tell it that you're actually using Chrome instead, it will actually work just fine. There's pretty much no way the amount of people that do that make up the gap. I can't say for sure, but pretty much no way.
This is totally off topic, but...
Do you make that poll, Dad?
Is Luke a liar?
The options are yes and yes, but I use Firefox.
They like their polls.
This is amazing.
I get weird with them when we do the Super Checks after party, the Floatplane exclusive stream.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Every single time like, who's going to win the round? And they just get strange.
I should look into that. We have a view where we can see every poll ever made and who made it.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I should be more careful.
Yeah.
This is just totally off topic, but I was looking at the chats, and I'm obviously mostly looking at Floatplane chat, but Twitch chat is upset because there's another ad break. This is really weird. So someone here turned on ads on Twitch, and like really intrusively, and I turned them off. And then someone here, I think Colton, Colton turned them back on and said, don't touch that setting anymore. We're having ads on Twitch. And I think they run every 20 minutes. For some reason, even though the WAN show gets interrupted every 20 minutes on Twitch for an ad break, and there are no ad breaks on any other platform where it broadcasts. Obviously, I'm not going to expect everyone to move over to Floatplane where there's a monthly subscription.
Does YouTube not ad break during live streams?
We do not have them enabled on YouTube.
They're not enabled.
And they're not on Facebook, for sure. We also stream on Facebook. What is it about the experience of watching on Twitch that makes it so that... hold on. Nobody has abandoned it in spite of the ad breaks that are not on other platforms. Like, our viewership is basically the same as it always is.
I have a theory. As much as I hate it, despise it even, the people want a smaller internet. They want to just stay on the sites that they use. And if they're Twitch frogs instead of YouTube users, they're just going to stay there. They will not have alternatives. It sucks. We had this really cool internet where there was all these unique, cool websites where people would do neat things, and now there's like
Justin.tv.
People use like 5 websites. And there's more than 5 websites that are possible. I mean, individuals. Like, it's very common that individual people will not navigate to more than a very, very small handful of websites. They'll be like, I'm a Reddit and Facebook and Twitter user, and I Google things sometimes, and that's it.
Yep, I can see that.
It's like, oh, well.
Want to do a merch message? I need to run to the washroom. I drank this whole thing.
Sure.
Let's see if I have any for Luke.
By the way, the results of the poll are 71% is Luke a liar? Yes, but I use Firefox, which is... I think I actually enjoy that. Good job. Nice.
Yeah, I mean, they're fun. I
like that, yeah.
I think I had one in here for you, Luke. Let me see if I can find it.
None. Is this the secret part of the show where I get to talk about Slay the Spire 2?
Oh, did they? Well, there was actually one in here about kind of Godot and stuff like that. Did they pivot?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's in Godot.
Hell yeah.
Slay the Spire 2's in Godot. So they did Dancing Whatever. I already forgot the name of it.
Here, I got one. We talked about that last week.
Dancing Duelists, yeah. So they did Dancing Duelists in Godot, and then they followed through with what they were talking about. By the way, Dancing Duelists is free. You can just go get it. It's great. But yeah, they followed through with it. Slay the Spire 2 is coming in Godot. I looked at some of the screenshots for Slay the Spire 2, and it like looks very similar. And sounds good. I'm probably going to spend my whole rest of my life playing that game. So that's cool.
I picked up one a while ago called Core Keeper, which was also done in Godot. Excellent engine.
I found I'm gonna give shameless promotion to someone else. If you YouTube Godot for tutorial 11 hours, It's probably going to work. I bet you it works. Yeah, there's a video from ClearCode. The channel is named ClearCode. It has 1.1 million views right now. It was uploaded 9 months ago, just so you can make sure you're finding the right one. It's a 11.5-hour long tutorial that is called The Ultimate Introduction to Godot 4. And if you look into the description, there's a part 2.
Oh, so I think I've been into this
video, and there's a part 2 for it. And this tutorial is amazing. I was like having a really hard time trying to decide between GameMaker and Godot because I wanted to do 2D game development, and this tutorial, being as amazing as it is what convinced me to work in Godot, because I actually think right now that I like the tutorial more than I like the engine. Which I don't dislike the engine at all, to be very clear, but the tutorial is just fantastic. The person, whoever does ClearCode, very, very, very good explanations. Really, really interesting order of how they do everything. And then they do a very good job of explaining concepts at a relatively base level. And then setting you up for like, okay, now here's your challenge. These are the 3 things that I want you to do. And those things are slightly more advanced than what they taught you, but you know enough to figure it out yourself. So you have to work through the engine and see how it works and kind of navigate things and do it on your own. And then you continue the video and he teaches you more things and then you keep going. It's very, very well done. And it doesn't start losing quality. I'm like 4 hours in or something and it's still amazing. So if you're interested in game development or Godot, I would highly recommend checking out ClearCode, and especially the Ultimate Introduction to ClearCode video, because or Ultimate Introduction to Godot 4 video, because it's fantastic. It is super long, but like, I was trying to look at some of the shorter, more digestible ones, and I'm like, yeah, this isn't enough of an introduction. Right. I haven't touched game engines seriously in a super long time. I really need a deep dive.
Right.
And this thing has been amazing so far. So yeah, check it out.
Love it.
Next.
Hey, DLL, I'm curious on your opinions, if any, on Megacrit switching from Unity to Godot. Do you think more game companies should switch to open source engines? Also, any updates on LTT socks?
Still working at it.
Open source engines are cool. Open source is not it's not in my, I'm going to piss some people off. It doesn't automatically become the best thing because it is open source. I really like Godot. It seems great so far. I do not believe that everyone making a 3D game in Unreal should switch to Godot. I don't think everyone making a 2D game in GameMakers should switch to Godot. There might be some decent arguments for people making anything in Unity switching to anything else, but those are based on like business practices, stuff like that. But there are really good things about open source. And one of the things that can be scary about open source is the abandonment of projects and things like that. Something that can maybe increase confidence is when you start seeing bigger companies, bigger groups getting behind and using different open source projects. Megacrit moving to Godot and releasing eventually in 2025 Slay the Spire 2 in Godot could be very big for Godot adoption and be very important. But I don't know enough. I'm not here to recommend anything in that realm. I am a novice. I'm just having fun going through that tutorial. So I don't know, whatever.
Alexander asks, Linus, will you be going on to the yard at the end of this month? Ludwig said you'll be coming on. Yes.
Nice.
I'm going to be on the yard. It's going to be awesome. Going down there for a collab. We're going to do the bro versus bro thing. I'm probably going to lose, so that's cool.
I suspect you might get more canceled from being on there than being on here.
Really?
Well, I'm just hearing this now, so I'm assuming I won't be there. And those guys are going to have a very fun time seeing how far you'll go on things, I'm sure.
Oh.
You've never heard the podcast, have you?
No.
No. It's going to be sick.
I mean, I went on KBMOD.
It's great.
Back in the day. I didn't get any trouble for that.
Don't know if you should have brought that up or not.
Fair enough.
I'm sure it'll be great. I am mildly concerned. That's all I'll say.
Oh, wait. KBMOD, no, PKA. That's the one. Yeah.
Oh.
Painkiller already.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was... wait, hold on. What was... I thought KBMOD and PKA had something to do with each other. Hold on. No, maybe they have nothing to do with each other. Okay, no, I completely forgot. Well, cool. Apparently, I don't even know what podcast I've been on, so this is good. We're off to a really good start here.
Very commonly does podcast appearances.
No, I don't even, though.
That was the whole point.
He does one every Friday. What's wrong with you?
Oh, my goodness.
Wait, I did do KBMOD. I'm pretty sure that's me.
I don't know.
Hey, look, it's Sad Linus.
Oh, boy.
Hold on. Okay. Yes. I did both. So yeah.
Nice.
That's good.
Sure.
Yep. Sponsored by Squarespace.
Nice.
Good stuff. I mean, if Squarespace sponsors, it can't be that bad. What do you mean Memory of a Goldfish? It was 9 years ago.
I don't remember almost anything from back then.
I'm supposed to remember and I kind of remembered every podcast I was on 9 years ago.
You technically remembered both of them.
KBMOD was 10 years ago.
You just thought it might have been one or the other.
I don't even remember who was on it. Okay. Wow. Yeah, that's wild. Does this still exist? Is this still a thing? Oh yeah, no, the last thing they did was 5 years ago. Okay. Okay.
Wait, who? KBMOD?
KBMOD, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's been a thing for a bit.
Okay. PKA seems to still exist though. Oh yeah, 100%. They're talking about O.J. Simpson. Huh. All right. Well, yeah, he died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Neat.
Karma's a bitch. Probably took a little long.
Let's do the next merch message.
Okay.
I want to lose my job.
Multiple minutes of this.
Let's see.
Maybe they won't be the problem.
Oh,
maybe it'll just be you.
Linus is going to get them canceled.
Yeah, my whole thought process here is like
kind of my jam.
The Yard Boys are going to get Linus to go too far on something, and now it's like,
Luke can handle it.
Maybe it'll be Linus getting the Yard guys to go too far. You and Slime is going to be a genuinely intriguing combination. I'm excited. I'll definitely listen to that episode. Next one.
All right, let's see. How about a quick one? Hi, Luke, Linus, and Dan. Tall sizes soon. Please, I beg you, I want to give you my money.
Yes.
Hi, Linus and Luke. I work with a nonprofit, and I'm looking to start a camp for kids on building computers. How would you go about sourcing hardware without the option of electronics recycler?
You don't. It's not going to happen, basically. There's no one who's going to pony up that hardware. Like, why? And if you're like, oh, well, I could just take older stuff, they're going to say, well, where would I get that? At the kind of volumes that you would need, because the answer is going to be a hardware recycler. So either you go to a hardware recycler or they go to a hardware recycler. It's just not gonna work. The cost of this stuff, I think that a lot of people have this perception that if something costs $100, well, if the retail price is $100, well, probably the manufacturing cost is what, $20. I see that a lot. Whether it's our screwdriver or whether it's our own merch, where I really do know the costs, I know what they are, or whether it's computer hardware product, where I understand enough to understand the costs. I see people have this perception that I'm spending $500 on a TV at Best Buy. I'm getting ripped, man. $500 for a TV, right? But people who made it need to be paid. And so that's how that works, right? The Best Buy does not have a ton of margin on a $500 TV. I can tell you that with 100% confidence. And so even at the manufacturing level, the IT industry is notoriously cutthroat for margins. So they might have 15, 20 points on a motherboard. So that $100 motherboard is $80. How many kids are you planning to have at this camp? It's not much of a camp unless it's like 50 or something, right? Like what's a camp exactly to you? So they're going to give you motherboards times 50, even if it's 20. Like this is actually a ton of money you're asking for if you want computers for them to build. So this is the kind of thing that over time you're going to have to acquire non-working hardware, because if the goal is just for them to build it,
kind of more fun anyways.
It doesn't have to function.
Well, not even that. So I've told this story before, but in high school, my computers teacher found a way to acquire, I'll speed through it partially, found a way to acquire a whole bunch of non-working PCs. And then we built a computer lab for the school out of these non-working PCs by sifting through them and finding what parts worked, figured out what motherboards were working, CPUs were working, RAM was working, etc., and building custom computers for this whole computer lab. And it was great. It was a really fun experience. You might be able to do that as well if there's like a recycler in the area that will allow you to take some stuff for this experience, which might be a thing. I don't know.
And guys, like, there's no award for being wrong on the internet. I think Twitch chat has lost their chat privileges for today. It's a terrible take. Linus saying this while these companies are making record profits. Guys, Best Buy is not making record profits. It's not the pandemic anymore. People aren't buying computers. Yeah, your grocery store probably is, but that doesn't mean that that's true of every single company. That's not how these things work. Industries bust and they boom. And no, like there isn't a ton of money in being an electronics retailer. If there was, everyone would do it. It wouldn't be consolidated down to just a handful of remaining options. Good old Twitch. Anyway. Sure. Yeah, let's do one more.
Hey, definitely not late.dlo. I heard a long time ago that having a hard drive at close to or at capacity negatively affects performance of the drive. Is that still a thing with newer drives like M.2?
Yeah. Yes. Although for different reasons. On hard drives, the issue was the fragmentation of the files that would occur as they filled up over time. So as you installed a game and then put some media files and then installed another game and then put some dependencies that are needed for a game and essentially filled up the concentric circles that make up the platter, you would end up with, in many cases, applications or even individual files that had pieces of them kind of spread out all over the platter.
Can't be efficiently organized.
When you have a physical needle that is moving back and forth, seeking to access that data, there's a delay as it goes around searching all over the disk for the pieces that it needs. So what you would do is you would kind of reorganize it to put all the data that goes together to make it so that you're doing less seeking. With SSDs, everything is just handled on an address basis. There is no physical seeking time. It does still take time, but it's not from moving a physical object. Where you run into trouble with SSDs is in a similar way. You can have junk on the disk that isn't what you need. I shouldn't say disk because it's not a disk. You can have junk on the drive that isn't what you need in a space that, okay, I shouldn't say similar. It's not that similar. So you can have junk on the drive that you don't need, but hasn't been fully removed because that's not as efficient. It's not as good for the drive's longevity because NAND flash has a finite number of write cycles that it can survive before it just gives up the ghost. So what happens is when you fill a drive, you and then delete a file, it's just sort of shadow deleted. It's not really deleted until such time as you actually need to overwrite it until you actually need to fill up that space. So what happens then is instead of just a write operation, it needs to do a full program erase cycle. It needs to actually wipe it, then write it. And in some cases, having a really full drive can mean that there are bits of data in some places and bits of data in other places that aren't consolidated, which is kind of similar-ish to what we would see with hard drives. And when the drive's very full, the odds that you're going to hit a block that needs to be erased and then rewritten somewhere else and then written to in order for it to stay organized is much, much higher. This is like a super, super crappy explanation of it, but this is off the top of my head and I haven't looked at garbage collection, trim, and NAND data organization in a while.
This is a situation we should point to like a tech wiki or something. I'm fairly certain we have tech wikis on these topics.
Basically, yes, being more full means there's less room for this data organization to take place, and it can be more delayed.
You can also have just annoyances with like temp file overflows and stuff like that.
And it's bad for the longevity of the drive as well, because the more shuffling it has to do for every write operation, the more unnecessary writing that you're doing. Dan? Oh, are we doing topics now? Let's do it.
LTT Labs, Nicholas, if that is if you're who I think you are, you should get a icon. Message me next week.
Oh, Guest Labs will just have to test drives at various levels of fill and wear. I mean, yeah, kind of. Oh, that's great.
Internalized screaming.
Texas schools embrace AI grading. The Texas Education Agency will be replacing human graders, not fully replacing, but certainly significantly augmenting. I shouldn't say augmenting.
Well, they're replacing some.
The human graders are, some of them are gone.
Yeah.
So we'll be replacing some of their human graders with an auto-scoring engine. And this is not for multiple choice. This is for written questions on standardized tests, with the only exception being tests written in Spanish. If the AI indicates it has low confidence in its score, the test will be referred to a human grader for review, with the human grader's score overruling the AI's if there's a disagreement between the two scores. Texas estimates that 75% of tests will be graded without being sent for further review. They estimate this will save $15 to $20 million a year annually by hiring only a third as many temporary graders every year. The state has insisted that while the auto-scoring engine is based on similar technology to GPT-4, it will have systematic oversight from humans. It won't learn from one response to the next, but always defer to its original programming set up by the state. It was apparently trained on 3,000 past tests that went through 2 rounds of review by human graders and is intended to give the same grade as a human grader would have. The decision follows a 2023 redesign of the STAR standardized assessment to include fewer multiple choice questions and 6 times more open-ended questions, which actually seems like a good idea. Having, students answer with open-ended questions, I guess they're just like, well, this is a lot of work to grade, so I guess we'll just have a machine do it, which, Critics have raised concerns that a machine may not be able to recognize and reward creativity or originality. 3,000 seems like not a lot of prior tests, huh?
Honestly, no. Also, a person 123 in full plane chat said this is even worse than it seems because those temporary graders, I didn't put this together, those temporary graders who were losing their jobs were generally Texas teachers trying to augment their crappy salaries. Didn't think about that. That makes sense. That's rough. Blech.
Cool.
Yeah.
Controversial take. When did tax priorities shift from roads, schools, libraries first, and then other stuff? Defense, realistically. It doesn't have to be like all of it, but there should be some. When did it shift from that first, then everything else, to like rando programs and vanity projects, and then I guess if we have anything left over, I guess we'll pay teachers something.
We can cull some teachers' jobs.
When exactly did that happen?
I don't know.
I'm just wondering, just curious, because like I pay a lot of taxes. I wouldn't mind if they went to schools. Schools seem cool.
Trudeau's investing some billions of dollars in AI.
Yeah, but our government is also investing in subsidies for homeowners instead of just allowing the market to fall so that people can actually afford the houses. They're just giving rent subsidies. That is actually not the solution.
It's totally going
to let the property values go up, so the property taxes go up, so you can give a pittance of that money to the people who now have unaffordable rent, so they can give more money to landowners.
Brilliant.
Who can then pay more property taxes.
It's great.
It's a perpetual motion machine. Good job.
Flawless victory.
Stupid.
I wouldn't necessarily have a huge problem with this if I think we were like way down the line from where we are now. This is way massively too early. You can't put this stuff in a position where it could have any amount of impact on someone's future. Because it's like, oh yeah, humans will grade it if you know it has a low confidence, but what if it is highly confidently incorrect, which we have seen many times? And then if you can dispute it and it will be graded by a real person, then everyone's gonna just dispute it, and you didn't gain anything anyways. I don't know. Dumb. Next topic.
Sure.
What's happening with YouTube playables? At some point last year, YouTube added playables, games that you can play directly on the platform via desktop or mobile devices, as an experimental feature. According to YouTube's experiments page, playables were supposed to be available until the 28th of March of this year. However, there's still a support page for playables, and they are still accessible on both desktop and Android devices at the time of writing this. Based on reporting and this post, which I'm assuming he's loading up, no, he's not. From the LTT subreddit, not many people seem to know YouTube playables even exist, possibly because they seem to be only accessible through the Explore section of YouTube's site and mobile app, which I don't think I've ever clicked on in my life. Discussion question: why do these exist? Why didn't YouTube kill them when they said they would? What does this seeming ignorance surrounding the existence of playables say about YouTube's UI UX?
I don't know, but I'm enraptured.
This game does not look fun. What is that? You draw
the legs, yeah.
Okay, that actually sounds a little bit more fun than I thought.
It's playable. I claimed 10 coin units.
What does that mean? What do you use those for?
I don't know.
How do you buy more of them?
Speed, level 15. Searching for an opponent. No way, it's multiplayer?
Whoa, that guy's got like spring legs.
Okay.
Do your legs suck? Ooh.
Okay, let's go. Let's go. Come on. Give me some. Let's go.
Oh.
Let's go. I want a piece.
Wait, did your leg break?
What happened to my leg? Did my leg break?
Can you draw new legs at any time?
I need longer legs is what I need. Boom! Bow, 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 bow. Oh, I'm getting tuned here.
So you can draw new ones at any time.
I'm going fast.
So there's probably some theory to changing your legs depending on the terrain.
Yeah.
You got schooled.
I think you want shorter legs for going uphill.
I'm suddenly interested in this game. Wait, you can level up your speed though? That seems stupid.
Oh, so other people just have like better speed?
Maybe.
Wait, am I just playing the same guy? That's stupid.
Or maybe it's just an AI, like a bot.
What's happening? Oh no, it has to be an AI because it slows down while I'm drawing.
Well, no, not necessarily, because they could record the inputs from the other players so they don't have to match, like, yeah.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yep.
Yeah.
So wait, it's just going to stay slow while I decide when I want to put my small legs on?
Infinite slow-mo.
Because this seems like a hack.
It's like an early 2000s game that you're doing built-in pre-made cheats on.
Yeah, exactly. Also, why do I not fall? Does gravity no longer apply
to us? Do you just win the game because you went slow-mo?
I think so. I think if I just keep this held,
that's so
I will not
sick.
I will not fall.
That's so cool.
Dude, am I falling?
I genuinely love that. I don't think so.
Apparently, I'm falling slowly, says the chat.
Are you?
But I'm not sure if I believe it. It really doesn't seem like it. I think I fell a lot faster before.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think you were this high up before. So there's at least some amount of effect. Whether or not it's like, super noticeable or not, I don't know.
Urban Fervor says, I have a career in playtesting. Yeah, I broke this game faster than I break Linux.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I think so. It took me a little while to break Linux the last couple of times I broke it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like, I am not falling, guys.
Winning.
I'm going to win this.
Is your leg going to collide with this portion?
No, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure I'm still above it.
Yeah, you're high enough.
Danny's got nothing on me.
Yeah.
I'm so engaged right now. See?
Oh, it gets pretty close. I think.
Hold on, wait for it.
I think it might.
No.
Are they both the same length? Yeah.
Oh, it did. Oh, speed boost. Let's go.
That's huge.
Hold on, is it going to catch it?
I no longer think so. Right by it. You're going fast now, though.
So Danny seems to have his own glitch problem.
This is my favorite part of the show so far, I think. This is awesome. I love that we have so many people watching you just like float very slowly through the air.
You might say they're in a plane.
Oh!
Heyo!
So good. I'm invested at this point, though. I want to see
what on earth is going on.
So this is a YouTube playable, something that, I didn't know they existed at all, and apparently a lot of other people didn't know they existed either because they were tucked away under the Explore button on YouTube, which I suspect most people didn't click on. There was a discussion question, which is, what does this seeming ignorance surrounding the existence of playables say about YouTube's UI UX? And in my opinion, they just have so much stuff going on that adding things like this, it's very hard to get visibility on it.
Why can't I be watching a short at the same time? This is a missed opportunity.
Honestly, if they had short auto scrolling where after it finished playing one video, it would just scroll to the next and you could play these playables on the side.
Move over Subway Surfers.
I bet you it would kill.
I don't think I would sleep.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm sort of at the point now where I just kind of wish that YouTube would do what it does. Holy crap, it glitched in a new way. I'm not moving anymore.
Uh-oh.
I am static. Are we both static? You can see the bar at the top. Oh no, he's moving. I'm not moving. Okay.
Oh no.
Do. Look, it has Linus-sized legs.
Oh,
Whoa.
He's gonna beat you!
Whoa, he's
After
flying!
all that! No,
I got this.
No!
Are you kidding me?
No!
Okay, that wasn't cool.
All my hopes and dreams are gone.
Well, all right.
Oh,
I think that was my last attempt at that.
Yep.
So these are the games?
Is there no way?
Is this it?
There's no microtransactions or anything even?
I don't know.
Well, for now.
Like, who's making these? I don't understand.
Bazooka boy.
Drag to aim, release to shoot. But sure.
Wait, so they have YouTube officially has a game with explosions and you kill people?
There's a lot of blood as well.
Yeah, but like, it's Angry Birds, Luke.
Yeah, but there's blood. He's spurting blood.
He's dismembered.
And you shot someone with an RPG.
YouTube is full of all kinds of things.
Yeah, but they don't want to be full of this stuff.
They don't?
But then they have video games of it.
I don't know. I think that YouTube mostly
lob it.
It has on it whatever
so
it needs to have on it.
This guy played Flash games in the 2000s.
Yeah, boys.
This man worms.
Oh.
Well, you are failed. Okay, hold on a second. Where are these games even coming from?
Game over, yeah!
You are failed.
Oh, no.
Want to crush me at chess?
No.
I'm terrible.
I haven't played in a long time. I'd be really bad.
There's no way you're worse than me.
I fall off so fast. It's weird.
No, man. There's no way you're worse than me.
Weird.
Running pet deck. What is this? Who made these games?
I got to 1100 or 1200 or something and then stopped playing and just sort of fell off.
I think I got to 11 or 12 years old.
Oh, yeah.
Like, honestly, there's no way. Tap to play. Roll. Whoa.
Oh, laggy.
Whoa.
Is it laggy on your screen?
Oh, yeah. Oh, buddy.
Oh.
What is happening?
Jump. Can you jump? Or crouch, sorry.
Can I?
Down arrow?
No. S. Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
W or up arrow. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, the arrows work. On the ramp. Woo!
Wait, I
Collect
can't.
the coins. You're
Wait.
Sonic the Cat.
Wait, I can't. Wait, what the?
Oh!
Dang. Hold on, I'm so confused. Sometimes the arrow keys work, sometimes they don't. Tap here to build a room. The arrow keys are not working right now.
Build a room.
What? I don't want to build a room.
Get a room.
Oh, I don't care. Oh, I have to buy a sofa.
Oh, I think this one has premium currency.
Oh my god.
Oh, check that out.
At the top, the diamonds.
Wait, don't. You might have things connected to this laptop because you refuse to follow rules.
Okay, selected. Roll? Like, do they mean like avatar? How do I play? Just okay, tap to play. Okay, here we go.
Roll menu
Okay, okay, the controls are working now, so that's a big improvement. Oh, whoops. Okay, so can I? Okay, but why would I do that instead of just going for the coins? Like that seems stupid.
I mean, sometimes it might make sense.
Can I jump over? Okay, yeah. Can I jump over this car? Yeah, I can. Yeah, dog. Let's go.
Jump from thing to thing.
Woo! Oh, yeah. I bet you better press it twice though.
Ah, interesting. You can't hold it. Oof.
Oh, I pressed both. This keyboard is really not in the ideal configuration for gaming.
It has
one of those combined up and downs. So anyway,
single height arrow
back to
sucks.
playables.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's something they have. I feel like YouTube is just kind of losing its identity a little bit. And I've felt this way about, everything from stories to shorts to being a place to rent movies. Like I kind of don't understand what YouTube wants to be. Why not just be YouTube?
If it's all video, I sort of get it.
I blame capitalism. Because the only way to have infinite growth is to have infinite number of products. At a certain point, you're going to be saturated in terms of what you can serve for long format video. But that's not what investors demand. Investors demand growth. And when you YouTube at some point, I forget, this was like 4 or 5 years ago, stopped regularly talking about their growth in daily active users because it was like over 1 billion. It's like, well, or not daily, monthly, or whatever it was. They stopped talking about it regularly, and it's just like
if we want more people on the platform, we need the world to birth more people.
Yeah, the only way for us to grow is to extract more value out of the people that exist, rather than hoping that there will be more at some point. And it's just, I don't know, it kind of sucks.
Apparently, the currency there's no microtransactions. Apparently.
Yet.
Yeah, I'm sure the whole thing is positioned for that.
Hurts.
Just these test games don't have any.
I'm hurt.
In better news, Roku has filed a patent for a technology that would allow its TVs to detect when you've paused a device that's connected via HDMI, such as a game console, so the TV can show you ads.
Can you we've already talked about this. Can you file a patent? We've totally talked about this. Can you file a patent and then can you like file a patent so that no one can do a thing?
I mean, I guess.
Like, could you file this patent and then be like, yeah, we filed this patent because we thought someone might do this, and we were like, nah.
It's really, I shouldn't say really expensive, but it does cost money and time to file patents, and filing defensive patents on behalf of consumers would probably be a fruitless endeavor, given the ease with which large companies can sort of... Look, if they can get around each other's patents, they can get around yours, is all I have to say about that. And they have a lot more resources to do it.
I wasn't suggesting this is a thing that we do, to be very clear.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I do not have unlimited money to do that.
It was not the goal at all.
Goldball says I donate to that cause.
I was trying to make a joke about, like, maybe they're doing this, knowing that they weren't.
So, like, a crowdsourced or, like, crowdfunded organization, like a not-for-profit, that basically preemptively files patents for terrible ideas that are anti-consumer.
I still don't think it would work. It'd be funny. Yeah, was that a topic in the doc? Because we absolutely talked about that last week. Or a previous week.
Did we? Oh, I didn't think we did. Well, whatever. In case anyone missed it, like I did. In addition to detecting when you've paused, the patent also suggests methods to identify what was displayed in the frame before you paused and use that information to show you more relevant ads.
I don't think we had that information. I think we knew that they were doing something with ads and consoles and stuff like that.
So you guys know, if this is implemented, you could be using your Roku brand TV as just a display. Okay? You could be completely ignoring Roku's streaming services, software, and their smartness and all that stuff. But another device that is plugged into one of the TV's HDMI ports could be read, essentially, like what was on it. You could be watching something intimate, for example, and that could be used to serve you a targeted ad.
What would the targeted ad be for if you were watching something intimate on your TV? Like a dating service?
There's kids watching, okay? Stop. It'd be something.
It'd be fun to think about.
It'd be something, and it would be somewhere in between, a hard solid and a liquid.
Nice.
Thanks.
That's pretty good.
Thanks.
Moving on.
Hot singles in your area. Man, so many of the ads I get served are that. Like the second I hit my mid-30s, it was like, do you want to have an affair? It's like, how many times I have to tell you, no, I'm good. Thank you.
But you might today.
Yeah, but look how hot the women in your area are. I'm like, those aren't real. I've seen the women in my area. No, that's
Wait,
just a joke.
When I travel, the pictures of the women in my area are the same.
Yes.
What does this mean?
I've seen the women in my area, and they're not this person. That's not to say they don't seem great. Good personalities, healthy hair. I get that's
nice.
What Linus wants in a woman.
It's very.
Is your hair healthy?
It's extremely important to me.
It's a Bob's Burgers reference.
Sorry, we get along really well, but you just have too many split ends.
Yeah. Look, okay, I need to explain this. It's a Bob's Burgers reference. Okay, Louise is trying to get regular size Rudy to not have a crush on her, and she's like, Do you like eating boogers? I eat my boogers all the time. And he basically goes, oh, well, the whites of your eyes are bright and your hair's healthy and your fingernails or whatever. I can't say that I'm into it, but you keep doing you, sister. Like, it doesn't matter.
Very accepting. The return of dumb phones?
Yeah, sure.
What is this article? Did you pick this one?
Yeah.
Interest in dumb phones has increased in recent years, with many people being concerned about the addictive nature of social media and constant online connectivity. Dumb Wireless, great name, an e-commerce site specializing in dumb phones and smartphone restriction, launched in 2022. In March of 2023, the site sold about $7,000 worth of products. Last month, it sold, okay, all right, didn't see that twist coming. So March 2023, they sold $7,000 worth of products. Last month, it sold over $70,000 worth of products. Startup Lite released the Lite Phone 2 in 2019, a smartish phone with a monochrome touchscreen and a limited library of custom apps. Lite's revenue doubled from 2022 to 2023 and is on track to double again this year. According to The New Yorker, the startup's founders say some of the most willing Lite phone converts are Gen Zers. There are several dumb solutions. In addition to fully dumb phones, there are also phones like the Lite Phone 2, which has apps for directions as well as music and podcast libraries. Some people only use dumb phones when they go out, switching to a smartphone when they get home. Interesting. There are also companies like Brick and Unplug. They restrict the UI and apps on your phone, only allowing you to access blocked apps when you tap an NFC key that you can take with you, leave at home, or with a trusted person, or ditch completely. Interesting.
I just don't think I could handle it. I kind of want to try it. I kind of want to do like a 1 month thing, but every time I bring it up, people internally are like, no, we actually need to be able to reach you. And I'm like, okay. Honestly though, like if it wasn't for work, I could probably be a dumb phone user.
Yeah.
Like I never go anywhere anyway, just sit at my desktop.
I wonder if one of these
What am I going to do? Go see my friends?
Maybe. Yeah.
Sorry.
I wonder if one of these light phones would be able to support work communications like Slack and Teams and whatnot.
I could see that. But I mean, it's funny how aware I am of how many people use Teams for their social life. It's definitely a thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it would help that
Fair
much.
enough.
Yeah.
You shouldn't do that, by the way.
Yeah, it's like actually a bad idea. Like you really shouldn't, for real.
When you depart said company,
Yeah.
that company can retain all of the messages.
Yes.
And you can't retain all the messages unless I guess you like copy paste them. Maybe there's a data dump feature for users. I don't know.
have no idea.
But like you won't have that user account anymore. So you should use other ones.
And even if you could dump that data, you should be extremely careful with it because it might be covered by your organization's NDA, for example. And it might not even be things you said.
Point.
It might be something that someone said to you, but by the time you extract that data from their service that they pay for and it leaks, well, the responsibility wasn't your friend because they sent an internal communication to an internal person. That wasn't them. That's on you.
So someone in chat saying there is Teams for personal use. He's talking about using work accounts.
Yes.
He's specifically talking about using work accounts. Don't use work stuff for personal stuff. Just don't do it.
Floatplane chat is talking about killedbygoogle.com.
Yeah.
We are only a quarter of the way into 2024, and boy, do they ever have some doozies. Google Domains was, actually, technically that was the end of last year. I don't know what the keen is. I don't care. But Google Podcasts was killed 11 days ago, is done. Dropcam. Do you remember Dropcam?
Yeah.
That became Nestcam? Boom.
Yeah.
Done. Dead. Killed 5 days ago. Jamboard we already knew about. Google Jamboard is just other more different Jamboard because Google is
VPN by
demented.
Google One is dying?
VPN by Google One. Kicking the bucket in 9 months. It will be about 4 years old. Dang.
Apparently Pixel VPN remains. What's the difference?
I don't know. I mean, I'm often confused by differences in backend for services that appear to be exactly the same thing. Like there was something with the mobile app for YouTube Studio, and I was like, well, like you have the data, it's in the desktop app, and they're like, yeah, but it has a different backend, and I'm like, fucking why?
I don't always know.
No, but actually why?
I don't always know. I am uninformed.
Need, view count, database lookup, location, XY, return.
There's definitely reasons for apps to, if they're even pretty similar. Like I kind of understand why the Teams work and Teams personal accounts are different. I wish they weren't both called Teams because it's really annoying when I'm trying to launch one of them.
Just
and
call
I
the personal
Teams,
one MSN Messenger.
like,
Let's go.
Yes, please. Like, come on. Or something else. Whatever it is. Just don't have multiple names for effectively the same thing. Anyways, I get that, but in some of these cases, yeah, I have no idea. No idea. Anyways, moving on. Should we do the Udio thing?
Yeah, let's do it.
Sora for music. Former Google DeepMind engineers David Ding and Andrew Sanchez have launched Udio, a platform for creating AI-generated music. It already features tremendous tracks like Wow, I Didn't Know That. Is that the name of it? That's the name of the track?
Apparently.
I thought it would be in quotes maybe, but...
Do you want to listen to it together?
Should we finish the stuff and then listen to it or no?
No, let's listen to it together first.
Got it. Okay. We're not playing it over stream? We're just...
Yeah, we can play it over stream.
That is apparently the name of the track. It's Wow, I Didn't Know That.
Oh, yeah. It has 70,000 playbacks, apparently. Hold on. This wasn't the one that I wanted to... Hold on. Let me see. Let me open up my
What's
Teams for Work. This wasn't the song that I had wanted to listen to. Okay, yeah, this is great. How do I get this link to myself? Hold on.
What's the name of it? We need to search it.
That's a Twitter link. Okay, so I need to send it to LTT WAN. Dan, are we able to listen to this together with the stream?
Yep.
So,
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem.
Okay.
Maybe not on your phone, but...
No. I'm sending it to myself. Okay, so first, let's listen to Wow, I Didn't Know That together. Is this going to work? Oh, well, it helps to not have my audio muted. There we go. Oh, also it helps to be connected to the right thing. Okay, Dan, you got sound from me?
Yeah, I saw a dingle.
Bing, bing, bing. Okay, here we go.
Let's see.
Oh boy.
I tell you fellas, I've been caught out doing something I really shouldn't. Gonna plead ignorance, gonna tell them about how if I'd have known better, I just wouldn't. Oh,
We're in so much trouble.
when they say drinking turpentine ain't where it's at, insurance fraud is a federal crime. Well, I didn't know that. You're telling me now for the first time. Turns out I really shouldn't eat that bad, and Twitter a legitimate pastime. Oh, I didn't know.
Scroll down a bit. I want to see the lyrics.
Telling me now for the
It's on my
first
screen.
time.
Oh, you got it.
Oh my gosh.
So, that's
we're
a thing
screwed.
that exists.
Yeah, we're totally screwed.
Hold on. That was not actually the one that I wanted you to hear that blew my mind. This was tweeted by ABC Dent Minded. They said, I found an account on Udio that is mostly generating songs about how his friend Seth shit his pants at work.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, you guys ready for this one?
Yeah, I got it muted for now.
No.
All right, I got you. Here we go.
I got me a man, but there's just one problem. Well, he works 9 to 5 and he's a hell of a guy, but he's shitting his pants at work. Oh, Seth, why'd you have to go shitting your pants? Can't believe you were gonna take me to the dance. With all that nasty poop in your pants. I got me a man.
So yeah.
Oh, wow. Get wrecked, Seth.
Not gonna lie, hadn't heard that country song one. I would unironically listen to that.
So about some dude talking about how insurance fraud is a federal
It
crime
kinda
and
reminds
nobody
me-
told him.
It kind of reminds me of the song Online by Brad Paisley, which is like one of my favorite like parody songs.
Yeah, like I mentioned, like, we're in trouble, and someone in chat was like, yeah, I don't think yet people would listen to this stuff. That country song about, well, I didn't know that, people will absolutely listen
It was
to
well produced as well.
that. Yeah.
That messed me up.
Actually, Ninja Man asked that just now, and you were way ahead of him. What does Dan think about these since he has experience in production? Sometimes you can hear vocal issues, but is there things that the layman might not notice here? Like, it's pretty obvious to me that they're hiding behind, like with these genres and with the styles of both of these, they're hiding behind kind of a more analog sound a little bit. Like, I think they might be masking some lack of clarity that way.
I've heard better voices on the country one, but the like the 50s swing bop Seth Pooping one, her voice was very clean. I've also heard a lot of people that take normal talking and will turn them into singing voices or make singing voices out of characters, and those are kind of similar to the timbre of the country guy, but the backing music was far too good, and that was very concerning.
Mind-blowing.
Absolutely incredible.
I wish I could see the prompt. Like, how did you get it? How did you get it to write this? Oh, maybe you feed it the lyrics? I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, obviously the Seth one, probably.
No, because you could just tell it like the person's name is Seth. Like, it might do the writing.
So anyway, Udio will generate two 32-second songs from a written prompt, giving users a choice over which they would like to use. The song can then be extended by adding sections before or after the original clip, with up to 10 sections total. The extensions can be made with the same prompt or a completely different one. The platform plans updates with more musician-focused tools, like being able to add reference vocals, easy import of external tracks, and more granular creation options. This comes just a couple of weeks after 200-plus music artists signed an open letter in an attempt to prevent the creation of exactly the type of tool that Udio is. Having said that, Udio's founders claim they have strong copyright protection measures in place, so you can't reference any specific artist, and any track that sounds like an artist will be blocked. LTT community members made an AI song about Pilk, aka Pepsi milk. Shall we listen? Dan, are you ready?
I am ready.
Here's a ready.
Well, maybe not my soul.
Where gadgets reign supreme, there's a curious mix.
It's too good. Oh no.
It's not about processors or graphics cards in play. It's about a strange concoction we'll sip today. Mixing Pepsi and milk, a pure mist delight. Linus tech tips, taking a sip out of sight. In the world of tech, where
Modulate.
soar, when the unexpected explore.
Back to the one.
The unexpected explore. With a laptop on the desk.
Oh, it's got the formula down. Like perfect.
Takes a swig of this
No.
Oh, man.
the smirk on his face and a gleam in his eye. He's ready to taste and give it a try.
This one has some hints of AI-ness.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's groups that actually do that.
Catchy.
That's true. That's the
They have the formula down. They have the like structure down. They have the strange modulation down. It might actually be
the
more.
strange modulation
It
and
might
heavy
be
auto-tune.
more interesting to listen to than modern pop music because it will do weird things that you're not expecting using the pop formula. So these might actually be more dopamine-inducing cheesecake brain than actual pop music.
Well, that's depressing. Thanks, Dan.
brain.
Cheesecake brain. I use oh yeah, that might be my term. Okay, never mind. Pop music triggers with like the cheesecake reflex, I call it. So your brain loves sugar and salt.
By the way, I thought you might like this. Linus and I have been playing this game called Tape to Tape, which is very fun. But the developer behind it is called Excellent Rectangle.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
I like their logo.
Yeah,
That's
Video
great.
Game Studio. That's all you need to know about them.
That's great.
What? Oh, never mind. Okay.
What's up?
I saw people also search for it, and I saw Slapshot Rebound, and I thought it was like they also made, and I was like, no way.
Slapshot Rebound sick too.
Yeah.
But tape to tape, we've been having a lot of fun with. It's a roguelite. You go through a campaign, you play against teams that have various types of completely unfair buffs. There's basically no rules whatsoever.
Oh, sick pass. It's fun.
Yeah, it's dumb fun. Supports multiplayer support is a little complicated because it only supports local couch multiplayer, so you can use Steam Remote Play. But if you want to play with 5 people on a team, Steam Remote Play only supports 4 controllers. So we had to have one person, or we had to have 2 people side by side in the same place. So that was me and Yvonne last night. And then she was on the keyboard and I was on the controller. And then we were able to have 3 more controllers remote in. That was the only way we could get 5 players working. So if anyone from Valve is watching who works on remote play or anything like that, hey, could we have a couple more controllers supported in remote play? That would be sick.
That'd be great.
Obviously, this is a niche use case, but it's the kind of thing that every once in a while a Valve person will just be like, that's a good idea. Maybe I'll just make that because I don't know if I even have a real boss anyway. So if that situation is going on right now, we'd be super into that.
I've got one final thought on this, if I can interject. When is it going to be able to make like Death Grips songs? You know, that's the thing is a lot of these are trained on massive amounts of the most generic thing. So like pop music is dead. Like this just kills pop music. Just like, the AR art generators are killing single person pinup art. But if you're going to get weird, right? or like environment, like backgrounds, do you know what I mean?
Hold on.
What?
Did you just describe like thirsty commissions as single person pinup art?
Yeah.
Because that is the most apt description I have ever heard for anything ever. Carry on.
Yeah, okay, we got a beautiful painted background, right? Nobody's going to do those anymore. But like Death Grips or any of the other really strange kind of out there types of...
So what you're saying is humans have a niche. It's just very weird.
Yeah. Humans are going to make the weird stuff. And then the boring
Is Death
stuff.
Grips the band where everyone gets pissed off if people don't record their concerts because they often have songs that they only play at like?
I have no idea. I used to despise them because they were kind of outside of that understanding. I don't find artists that I like. I don't get this very often. And then Adam made me listen to them a lot, and he said that they were good, and so I had to revisit it. Now I get it.
I'm pretty sure that's Death Grips.
Probably. Yeah, I don't know.
I ended up on the subreddit because we were looking at that generated song, and apparently mods at r/thecrew are shutting down any discussion of Ubisoft revoking players' license keys. So that's bad.
Do they have a pinned post about it by any chance?
Over on r/thecrew?
Yeah.
Not sure. That's a good question.
I want to go check because sometimes mods will do that because... Is it actually just r/thecrew? Because there's 9 members. What is the actual subreddit?
r/thecrew? I don't know. Maybe it's not. Hold on. This has like 1,500 upvotes, though. I don't think they made it up.
No, I don't think so either. I'm just wondering what the actual subreddit is.
I don't know. I don't see a link to it. They've also locked the thread explaining why they removed the first thread because no one was buying it.
Oh, it's written incorrectly. It's the _crew.
Oh, yeah. There you go. There's your problem.
Come on, OP.
In other news, our short circuit for these wireless routers is finally live. Yeah, we do a little bit of real world testing with them. Could a Minion router be any good?
No.
Luke, why are you such a downer? Seriously, like, does that make you happy to be unhappy?
Yes. Except I'm not unhappy. But it makes me happy to be a downer about that.
So you want everyone else to be unhappy?
Because you should just buy a normal one, and then if you really want it to be a Minion, you just make it look like a Minion. You don't need to buy like products that are just super weirdly branded and probably uppriced like a huge amount for no reason. It's very unnecessary. Just modify it, make it your own. I don't know. I don't think this happened. I do know sometimes that like users won't really understand the pressure that moderators come under when things are going just absolutely wild.
Yep.
And what can sometimes happen, which doesn't really look like this happened, so I don't know. But what I was kind of talking about there, what can sometimes happen is they'll let one post through and like pin it and then just delete everything else because they're like, we don't want to sift through all this and try to figure this out. But yeah, I don't know.
I could write better lyrics than that AI song. Sorry, I was just looking at the lyrics. I'm sure you were saying something interesting.
Very good. Which one?
The Pilk one.
Turpentine? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Was that on the same Udio? Was that on Udio or was that on Suno? People are talking about Suno.
Suno,
whatever.
Yeah. Wild. Also, I was listening to you were saying people on Reddit single pinned post.
I think this is going to become, I don't know. Why is there so many more Suno posts in our chat?
I can 100% see people just putting on, play me some, here's some songs I like, play me some random bullshit that is stuff I might like, and then you just thumbs up and thumbs down it, and then it just algorithmically feeds you literally an unlimited fire hose of new music you've never heard of, and I use the term music with finger quotes for the rest of your life. Like this is life changing.
You know how sometimes there'll be like an alternative YouTube platform that'll go up, and they'll get promoted like crazy, and then you go on there and all the videos have like 10 views. That's not the case. I'm on Suno. Suno shows off things more than Udio, as far as I can tell. I only ate 3 cheeseburgers, has 250,000 plays. Scroll down a little bit. Cat has almost 500,000. Capybara has over 250,000.
Of course, we're taking their word for this.
Yes, that's a pretty big deal.
Yep.
Deep Night has 250,000. It's very easy and quite common I'll just say that view counts are not always super accurate, and it's very easy for them to not be super accurate. And I think I have personally deemed that a decent amount of it is intentional. So maybe, but I have no idea. I've never heard of the site, but a lot of people in chat had known about it. The second we started talking about Udio, people were posting a bunch of links from Suno.
Wild. Instagram is going to be adding a new filtering feature which detects and blurs images that are likely to contain nudity. This filtering will reportedly use on-device analysis, so that's good, meaning that it also works with end-to-end encryption. The feature will also prompt users who appear to be attempting to send a nude photo to think twice before sending nude images. Nudity filtering will be turned on by default for all users under 18, meaning Instagram is dead.
No, they'll just lie about what age they are.
I don't know if they're doing this. Presumably, they have some kind of intent to enforce this. I don't think it's going to be that hard for them to figure out if users under the legal age are sending nudity of themselves. Like, come on.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I thought of this as, wait, hold on. Yeah, I think the filter is for receivers of the image. Is that
Yes.
right? Yeah. No, it's not senders. I think the warning is just for senders.
Yeah, the warning is for senders.
Yeah.
So it just seems like they're headed in a direction. Now that they've acknowledged the problem,
Yeah.
they kind of have to do something.
Yeah.
And if they do something, they're done.
I wonder how much of, like, I wonder how hard it would be to deal with the processing of this for Twitter.
Oh, man.
I don't read through public threads anymore.
You can't.
Yeah. If it's a thread of like someone I know, I might click on it. If it's not, I just don't. If it's very trending, I just don't click on it.
It's just full of bums.
Yeah. Click on my whatever.
Yeah.
Top whatever percent.
Yep. And the text will have absolutely nothing to do with the imagery.
Nope.
According to Meta, this is not only to protect people from seeing unwanted nudity, but also to protect them from scammers who use nude images to catfish users into sending them extortion material. Yes, that is very important. And honestly, I agree.
How's it going to do that?
This seems the intent seems great.
How's it going to do that?
With warnings.
So it warns the sender.
Yeah, it warns the sender, and it blurs the imagery. Basically, they're putting barriers in place for sexting.
I don't think it's going to do the also protect them from scammers who use nude images to catfish users. It's not going to do that at all. If people wanted to see that image, they're just going to turn the filter off.
Sure, that's fair enough, but okay.
I'm not saying the goal is like bad or anything. That's not going to happen.
I'm just saying, Twitter roulette. Look at the comment section of any trending tweet in public. There's a bullet in every chamber.
I have specifically opened and then immediately reflexively been like, oh, geez, and closed Twitter before. Because I was like, I'm in public and I can't really guarantee that what comes up is going to be okay.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
So it's like, nope.
Anyway, my point was just this direction that they're heading in, this goal, seems admirable, seems good. The fact that they weren't working on this already is the opposite of all of that. And now that they're doing this, I just don't think people are going to use it. I mean, it's no secret that people use the least nannied platform because that's what they want to do.
Yeah. Avery Studios and Floatplane says they already warn about violent content, etc. if you said it. So this looks like an expansion of something that they kind of already do.
Yeah. Content
warnings. Discord topic?
Sure.
Discord torches Switch emulator servicers? Okay. Ubisoft blocks gamers from ever reinstalling the Crew again. Discord has shut down the servers for Suyu and Sudachi, both of which were forks of Switch emulator Yuzu, as well as disabling the accounts of their lead developers.
So that second part is particularly troubling.
Yeah, because their ability for the friends connections that they've made, so their ability to effectively respawn or even continue communication at all, because verifying you were probably anonymous. So verifying that you were that person if your account is fully disabled, if you don't have any secondary forms of communication, could be just genuinely impossible.
Yep.
Unless you have some way to prove, like, look, I have this information that no one else would have had or whatever. Don't like that. Discord has not commented on why it went this far, only that it's following its typical procedure for DMCA takedown requests.
Yeah, that... What? Is to ban whoever Okay, hold on, carry on.
However, DMC takedowns usually involve a notice being forwarded to the group or individual suspected of posting violating content who have the option to take the infringing content down voluntarily or risk being sued. According to the developers, communication with Discord has been vague and they received no prior warnings or a copy of any takedown request. Elsewhere in gaming, Ubisoft is now revoking digital licenses from owners of The Crew, preventing them from ever reinstalling it. The game was delisted in December with the announcement that the servers would shut down in April. Despite having a lot of single player content, the game is server dependent and players were hoping to create and run fan servers following the shutdown, similar to how Wii U and 3DS fans have created a open source Pretendo network to maintain online features following the shutdown of servers earlier this week.
So there's quite a lot to unpack here. Pretendo network, super cool. There's no guarantee that Nintendo won't patch it out.
Yeah.
It was based on an exploit that they were kind of holding on to until Nintendo shut everything down and maybe is, final patched out of these systems. And they were like, haha, okay, we were kind of sitting on this ready to go. Pretendo network, let's go. Yeah, given how just sort of generally vengeful Nintendo is, I could see them investing dev time into completely dead platforms in order to just make darn good and sure you can't use anything without their blessing. But I guess we'll see.
What scares me is the Pretendo name because it's close to Nintendo. Because I read something about like how one of the reasons why so the Game Boy, the original Game Boy, I might get some of this wrong, I apologize if I do. The original Game Boy would only launch games if the Nintendo logo was displayed at the beginning. They had some way of like pixel matching the Nintendo logo. If I remember correctly, the logo was stored locally on the actual Game Boy itself and it would compare against what was on the cartridge.
That's
because
hilarious.
if you made like a non-official game or whatever, the only way to get it to launch was to have the Nintendo logo on, and if you put the Nintendo logo on there, they could go after you if you didn't have an agreement in place.
Brilliant.
So like they put you in a spot where they could legally attack you if you made a game that did work on Game Boy.
Wow.
So they've been doing this for a while. Yeah, is my point.
They're experienced.
Yeah.
Our thing says WAN Show after dark. Just in case any of our live viewers need to like go or something, should we hey, there they are. Nice.
Should we take their
questions now and then get to a couple more topics after, even though that's a little uncustomary?
They got it from Sega? Oh, I don't know. Yeah.
Hilarious. Dude, jerky.
We were just supposed to do it throughout the show?
Oh, sick. Savage Jerky's back, folks.
Nice. Perky Jerky?
Wait, what is Perky Jerky?
Yeah, what is
apparently
that?
it's not called Savage Jerky anymore. Wait, it's still called Savage Jerky. Okay, I'm so confused.
Do they have a line of Perky Jerky? Or?
Okay, this says Perky Jerky Savage. Oh, were they acquired by Perky Jerky or something? Okay, I actually don't know.
Two bold brands stronger together.
Oh, okay.
So they like merged?
Cool. So some kind of M&A took place, and now Savage Jerky and Perky Jerky are two strong brands stronger together or something.
Nice.
As long as they still have the bacon jerky, then sizzling bacon or sizzling maple uncured bacon jerky.
Is that the one you used to go for?
I don't know, but I definitely need to get my hands on some bacon jerky here. And then, okay, Dan, are you bringing someone down? How many live questions are we taking?
Let's see. I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, Lordy. Okay, why don't we do those?
Okay.
That would be good.
Curtis!
Their new branding's actually really sharp.
Could you please bring them
It's
down?
a random comment, but yeah, the bags look good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, make sure you guys are... Okay, they're on their way down.
I'm so happy. It's been a while.
AJ, not Floatplane AJ, but AJ in Floatplane chat said, Udio is going to be amazing for my bard. Short prompts, and I can just create amazing songs for my D&D character. It's kind of a neat use for it.
Yeah. Hello.
I like that one.
Okay, these
Sup?
guys over here. Let's do that. I think you wrote some down, right?
So okay, right here, written down.
All right, welcome. I'm sorry the show is so long, but realistically, you knew what you were getting yourself into.
It's always this long. Let's go ahead. All right.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So first off, I just wanted to say thank you. Excuse me. My son and I are having a great time.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that.
Thanks. Okay, so I know that Luke and Linus are going to have very different answers for this.
Oh,
but
that's a challenge, actually.
Okay, so what is one bit of technology that you would like to see added into or removed from cars?
Ooh. Removed, I think, is pretty easy, especially in light of the recent news that car manufacturers have been monitoring our driving habits and selling them to insurance or selling them to data brokers who have been selling them to insurance agencies. I think that the correct time to remove that was yesterday, and the next best time is right now.
Added into, though.
As for added into, honestly, I can't think of too many more things that I would want. I mean, okay, how fantastical am I allowed to get? Because, I mean, if I could have a flying car, obviously that would be ideal. Let's go VTOL. I would like to have it be...
I think flying cars are a terrible idea.
I would have to have it be small enough that I don't have to like register my flight path in order to just cruise. No, man, collision avoidance... We can get advanced enough collision avoidance that it shouldn't be a problem. We got this.
If that's the case, I'm super on board. It's incredibly inefficient and a terrible idea, but yeah, let's go.
Oh yeah, super inefficient.
But I mean, we could have invented some new engine, and it doesn't matter anymore because you have some battery thing that is charged once for free, and you never have to charge it again. Who knows? Whatever.
I mean, while we're making things up, sure, yeah, and it smells like oranges, and
I'd like that. I'd be down.
Okay, hold on, but let's maybe have a real feature. I mean, it's one of those things where the automotive industry is so mature at this point that I kind of feel like no matter how stupid the idea is, either a car manufacturer has done it or The Simpsons has done it. What did they call Dan? You would probably know this. What did they call Homer's car?
The Homer.
Yep. Well, that's great.
I don't know where I pulled that from.
Yeah. Anyway, it had like that. It had like that spaceship bubble cockpit and stuff like that. If I could. Okay, fine. You know what? I'm going to pick something somewhat reasonable. How about windshield wipers that don't wear out in like 3 months in the Pacific Northwest? How about that? There. That's what I want.
How do those like Sonic ones work? Are they any good?
Sonic windshield wipers? Well, it must be really fast. And he's dead.
Brutal.
Killed from the soul out.
I thought it was a thing. I swear it was a thing. Maybe I'm using the wrong term. They did something where it wasn't actually like a blade.
Oh.
They had some type of emitter.
Wow.
I don't remember what it was.
That sounds like the kind of thing that Tesla would promise to develop and then never do.
It might have been like a concept thing or something. I don't remember. It's been a long time. I don't know. I have this like... I've hoped for a long time that we could get to the point where you don't have to drive the car. Because like... Yeah, driving cars can be cool and fun and stuff, but the vast majority of the time it's just incredibly boring and a waste of time. So that would be nice. But if I do anything in a car while someone else is driving it, I just get car sick anyways. So I don't know if there's any point. I don't know if I actually really care. So then what else could there be? I don't know. I feel like there's not a ton left to be super desired.
Okay, is part of the problem for you that people are bad drivers, though? Because I am not a super motion sickness prone person. I can go out on a boat, no problem. Little dinghy in the ocean, no problem. I literally will sit in the back of a car and use my laptop for an hour, 2 hours at a time. No problem. But I swear to you, every single Uber driver in the entire greater Vancouver area is determined to prevent me from doing that. So, by riding the accelerator almost as hard as they ride the brakes.
Yes. So
Over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. How hard is it to press the accelerator a little bit and press the brake a little bit? Or better yet, press the accelerator even less and then just hold it there.
Yeah, so it absolutely has to do with the drivers, and it is absolutely pedal control specifically, which I find interesting because you actually drive sometimes like a bit of a madman, but I don't get sick when you're driving because I think it's not the overall speed, and it's not like turning, it's just the...
Yeah.
So like...
Well, I'm married to my wife, so I need to be pretty on top of it.
Yeah, fair enough.
All my kids get car sick too. Like,
there's one person on staff actually,
Jake,
that I've driven in their I've been in their car while they were driving, and I had to get out, and I wasn't even on my phone
father-in-law.
No, so it ranges.
He's not
quite
actually
a bit.
on staff.
Usually,
we're not
with,
the Bluth
with
company.
most people, as long as I just don't read anything, I'm fine. I'll just be like mildly uncomfortable, but yeah. So if it was like really good at pedal control, maybe it's fine, but I don't know.
Bart the tech says, is it that he it's that he drives in a way that your body expects the movement, so it's not jarring.
Yeah, and I don't expect people to just do this like, oh, I need to slow down. I guess I need to slow down with the whole brake pedal. Oh, I need to speed up. I guess I need to speed up with the whole gas pedal. Like, it's just, oh my goodness. Relax
and it's so
a little
inefficient.
bit. Yes.
You should not be pressing the gas pedal any farther down than you absolutely have to. It like, obviously, it does not work like this. The mixing is non-linear. But think about this for a second. If you press down the pedal 3/4 of the way to get up to speed, how much faster? How much faster is that happening? Versus if you press down 1/4 as much, I promise you, the amount of gas, like if you had a little live view, okay? If you had a camera at the site where the fuel was being injected into the cylinder, and you could watch how much of your liquid money that you just poured into your gas tank,
too.
Yeah, that you were dumping into it, you'd go easy.
You know, that's an interesting idea.
I wonder if you and I have similar driving styles because of frugality.
Maybe. I try to hypermile pretty often.
And now that I drive an electric car, I'm way more easy about it, but I was like hardcore on, I do not want to be in a gear that is any higher than I absolutely have to be.
I will be really annoying about like if the light's red, I'm not advancing towards it. I will generally slow down, and if I cannot stop,
100%.
So I can just get really slow,
100%,
and then keep going.
Drivers behind you hate it here, though.
I don't know why.
I'm helping all of us right now.
Yeah,
I know. I don't get it.
Yeah, whatever.
I don't remember what the question was, but maybe that adequately addressed it.
Oh, I think I might have a feature actually based on something that you just said that I kind of like.
Sure.
You know, efficient car driving promoter things in cars will usually be when you're doing well, it'll like grow a tree or whatever, right? I think I want the negativity version.
You want a negativity version.
Yeah.
So every time you like stomp on your accelerator, they murder a squirrel. Like, what are you asking for?
It'll be like, oh hey, looks like you like really pushed it there. That cost you this many extra dollars. And it's like when you get to the end of the drive, instead of being like, great job, you saved the planet every single time, it'll be like, that was actually kind of rough. You could have saved $6 extra this drive if you didn't drive like that.
That was 9% worse than your best.
Yeah.
Interesting. So gamify your driving efficiency.
I found a way to gamify another thing.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
But like,
I kind of like that.
Yeah, with I think a focus on kind of
oh man,
the drawbacks of it being bad.
Oh man, that'd be so cool.
Like
so,
you rode your brakes really hard this drive.
So you could compete as long as they anonymized the data and didn't sell it to anyone, which we know won't happen. So I know, Dan. I know.
Laughing.
Dan, let me live in my fantasy utopia.
No,
it's fun here.
No.
Yes. How cool would it be if it compared you to everyone else who drove the same drive at the same time of day, including yourself? And you could like go for the high score.
Yeah. That'd be kind of neat.
That'd be sick.
I like the idea that instead of, I think the just grow a tree thing, like I never really care that much.
Got him.
I love trees.
You
to be
heard it
very
here
clear.
first. Yeah, Luke
We
hates
should
trees.
plant more,
LukeHatesTrees.com.
etc. But it's just like I want it. I kind of want it to. I want to feel the repercussions, you know. And maybe it's
Sure.
like, yeah, that was worth it. I had to get someone to the hospital or something. I don't know. But a lot of the time, it's like, really, I was just totally on time driving somewhere and just driving like a butt. Maybe it should tell me that me driving like a butt cost me X% more on my brakes that I didn't need to, cost me this much more on my gas. Yeah, I don't know. I think that'd be interesting.
Not everyone is quite as financially motivated as you, though. Like, if you told the average person that they just wasted 6 cents of fuel, they'd be like, eh. You'd be like, shock and awe.
I could have done better.
I could have had 1 5-cent candy plus tax for that 6 cents.
Yeah, I don't know. I would like it, though, personally. Does Luke get underpaid? No, I just I don't enjoy spending money. I don't like the act of spending money. I'll do it, but that's not the,
Will he,
the
though?
cool part. I do, yeah.
Will he? Does he, though?
yeah.
Really? Does he?
My birds have been at the vet for a week.
Ooh.
I'm spending some money.
Yeah, he's spending money. Yeah, how's Wally doing?
Actually, I do have good news.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So they did a blood draw. Doing a blood draw on budgies is like super sketch.
How much blood do they have?
Exactly. That's the
No,
problem.
but seriously, like how many milliliters of blood do they have?
I don't know exactly, but it's very small. There's I like this quote. Humans, we're mostly made of water. Birds, mostly made of air, or at least budgies. So like, there isn't a lot there. So it's really dangerous, but the vet was like, yeah, we're not 100% certain what's going on. We need more information. So they did it, survived that. That's good. They detected that it was probably something to do with liver problems. So they started giving antibiotics specifically targeting the liver to both birds. Both birds saw an improvement. And it's at the point that Wally, which was the one that was struggling, is no longer in an incubator as of today. And they're in the same cage again as of today, which is good because they're extremely social animals. They're still monitoring them. I'm really hoping I'm going to get a call tomorrow that I can pick them up. One, because I want my birds back, but then also because it's really expensive.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Birds are mostly
'cause I want my bird
air.com.
back. Oh my. Every one that you said so far has been turned into something. And I'm like trying to dissuade people not to do it because they keep posting in the Floatplane chat. I'm like, we're not going to click on it. It's like we're
not going to
supposed
do
to
it.
not click on it.
Yeah, we're not going to
because
acknowledge it.
You could be harvesting our IPs or doing whatever else.
Exactly.
Someone might have already. Oh my goodness. Too late. Oh, that's too fast. My goodness. Okay.
All right, I think we're ready for our next Merch Messenger live. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
One of the people that grabbed the last domain, their like name had DevOps in the name. They're just like, this is what they do.
Nice.
It's like, oh my goodness.
Welcome.
Thank you. And you're not going to click on it, but I already clicked on LukeHasNoClue, and it redirects to LTTStore.com.
Oh no.
So you don't have to do it. I got it.
For
At least it
now
did
it
2
does.
hours ago. I don't know what it does
For now it does. Don't click on it.
Don't click on it.
Okay.
But thanks also for having me. It's been a great day.
Our pleasure.
My question is, how do you handle the pressure of being a public figure in the tech industry while still prioritizing your own well-being and personal time?
That's a stupid question. I obviously don't. No, you're good. I don't at all.
Well, why not?
Honestly, it's not the tech industry that's the problem. I don't work in the tech industry. That's a common misconception. I work in the media industry and I cover tech. And being in the media industry used
You
to
work
be...
in the tech industry, by the way. You're actually wrong.
Okay, fine.
Thank you, Luke.
Yes.
No problem.
I also work in the clothing industry, but let's be real here.
Let me modify the tech and clothing industry and media.
Thank you for that. So, man. But my problem is not any part of the working in the tech industry or the clothing industry for that matter. I actually really enjoy those parts. The parts that I find that the most pressure comes from is the media industry. And that's one where, I mean, it used to be a lot easier. It used to be that our biggest controversy was, hey, we need to eat, so we have baked-in sponsor spots in our videos now. Whereas now it feels like
That was a big deal.
it's also, that was
People
like,
hated that for like years, I think.
yeah, we were on the leading edge of that. We weren't the first to do it, but we were pretty early in terms of monetizing the content outside of just AdSense.
It was first in tech, right? Is that right?
As far as I
think
know,
so.
we were the first in tech. Although, ironically, no one cared when the entire channel was funded by a computer retailer.
I never actually really thought about that before, but that's pretty funny.
Well, no, it's one of those things where people are so selectively outraged, right? How dare you compromise your integrity by promoting Intel's win a snowboard competition for Core i7 when you used to be what? A salesman at a computer store. This is a step forward. And we've worked hard to maintain our independent voice over the years, but that was something that, I guess it was jarring for people. And sometimes it's not about, big picture, how big of a deal this is or how much this is actually compromising the integrity of the people or the content. And it's more just, what are you used to? What is the flavor of the week, right? And I do find the speed of the news cycle and the speed of the outrage engine to be the most exhausting part of this job. And I mean, I said it in the I'm thinking of retiring stream, which maybe you've watched or maybe you haven't. There's enough views on it that it's sort of fair for me to assume that a lot of people who watch the channel have seen it at this point. But I said it then, I said it now, I'm tired. The thing that keeps me going now is the team. We've got 100 people here who depend on me getting up and getting out of bed in the morning and, being part of this thing and helping drive it and being that sort of creative voice. It's also the community. I think that what we're doing is incredibly important. And some of these things are, I think, probably not properly appreciated yet, but I understand why, because we're not done yet. They don't see what I see yet for something like the lab. They don't see necessarily why we make the decisions that we do. And so, for us, another thing that drives me is doing it anyway, whether people see it and appreciate it or not. By
the way, new article on the lab.
Sorry?
New article on the lab's website.
Oh, really? I haven't seen this yet.
Yeah.
Sorry, I have now officially become derailed.
With some pretty significant design changes based on user feedback.
Well, let's check it out together, shall we?
Yeah.
Okay, comparison bin, welcome to the beta. Blah, 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 blah. We'd love to hear your feedback, so make sure you do check that out at the top. Okay, latest. Here we go. Okay, oh, look at that. Whoa, we got new imagery. We got a watermark now. That's pretty cool.
Nice. That actually looks sharp.
Oh, hold on. Is this... What makes it expand or not expand? You know what? I'm not going to worry too much about that right now. But this is, I believe this has been revised.
I think you were,
the summary.
while you were scrolling with your fingers, I think you were actually clicking on the bars because you don't have to click on the actual symbol. You can click anywhere on the bar.
Oh, okay. Well, very interesting. So this is something we talked about in our meeting this week is like, how are we going to handle what's good and what's bad over time? And we'd love to develop a system where it's kind of tag based and then we can decay the goodness of tags as the technology changes. For now, I think these are going to be manual and, these are going to be a product of their time rather than being, something that can naturally, or not naturally, but can decay in a controlled manner as our standards, for what constitutes good 1440p performance evolve. But this looks great.
I think it looks really good. I think the feedback that we got from the community was genuinely very helpful. So thank you for that. I genuinely, strongly appreciate it.
Okay, this is just a link to LumaField. So it's not the thing we talked about yet?
That thing is not, I don't think it's here yet.
Okay, I'm not going to worry about that thing yet, so that's cool. We're not going to talk about the thing. Specs board design.
Because we weren't sure about the whatever thing.
Yep. Don't even worry. Don't even trip. Is there any other particular new thing that I should be showing people? Oh, wow. This is a ton of comparative data.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool. Oh, is this highlight new?
No.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
It's been there. In regards to things that are different, I mean, there is some stuff that are different. Like if you if you selected drop downs for something that didn't exist, it just wouldn't load anything. Now it communicates that we didn't test that.
Oh man, this is so cool. This interactive chart thing.
I really like just
Kinda
like
awesome.
playing with it. Matt did a fantastic job. It feels very nicely responsive. Yeah, it's great. It's great. Looks great. I notice you're in light mode.
I can't address that.
Yeah.
Boom. Oh. Well, I don't know. Oh, interesting. Well, that could maybe be fixed.
What?
Oh, it said I was in dark mode already. And then I clicked it and clicked dark mode.
Well, nice.
And then that's fine.
Nice.
Yeah, dark mode's pretty. Looks really good.
I
Anyway,
don't always prefer dark mode, but I like dark mode on the lab site.
so I guess what I'm trying to say is that I find coping mechanisms, find reasons to do it. The people are great. I legitimately like my colleagues, which helps a lot. I think if that wasn't true anymore, I would probably just quit.
Yeah.
Because that was a huge motivating factor for me to start the company, was that I was tired of working with people that I didn't respect or didn't like. And for me, those are honestly, they're pretty hand in hand. I also didn't like explaining things that should be common sense to people who were in charge of what I was doing, especially when in many cases, and this is not true of every, I don't think I'm the smartest person in the world, but I think that we had some people in positions of authority who were especially not the best when it came to making decisions. And some of these differences in opinion don't just boil down to like, oh yeah, like I'm really smart and they're not smart. It's not that simple. But I was tired of being the common sense police.
Sure.
I hope that answers your question.
That does. Thank you for your time and good luck finding time for yourselves.
All right. Now, thank you for your time. You came all the way out here and you're thanking me for my time. Appreciate you. All right.
Next up, I guess.
Yeah, do it.
Come on in.
Let's do it. Hey, yo, how you doing?
Good, you?
Excellent. Never better.
Thank you for having me. I have a simple question, at least I think. Do you have any plans on expanding on the hat line to include bucket hats?
Bucket hats.
Yeah.
Wow. No, we have no plans for bucket
I
hats.
think you're saying this like it's very out of the blue, but I think bucket hats are trendy right now.
No, yeah. I mean, dude, look at me.
You would never know.
Do I look trendy? Yeah. What would
That's
I?
why I was letting you know.
What would I know about trendy?
That's why I was letting you know.
What would you know about trendy?
Not much more, if any.
You could fit everything you know about trendy in a bucket hat. Got 'em.
Probably. You might actually know more than me because you talk to the people at Creative Warehouse more often. And they would know.
They don't really try to pitch me things based on trendy, though.
That's probably wise. They probably learned that over time.
They did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
They try to pitch me stuff based on like what they think our audience will like, regardless of trend. And we do hop on trends a little bit. Like one of the trends that we've hopped on is that people need functional workwear that is comfortable.
Yeah.
And we have like a lineup that we're building around that.
Something that I appreciate a lot about the Creative Warehouse products in general is that it's just good stuff that you'd like to have.
We really need to stop using the word merch.
Yeah.
One of the tour attendees actually brought that up during the tour today, and obviously they bought the 3D down jacket. That's why they're here. They won the contest, but they were like, "Yeah, no, I don't buy the stuff because like I like care especially about necessarily the channel or whatever. Like the design's cool, I guess, or
Good.
whatever. But I buy it because it's really good." I'm like, "Yeah, that's exactly why you should buy something." I don't
This is
think
the actual goal.
Have I ever asked someone to buy something from us because it's from us? Maybe, but not in a lot of years and not many times. Like,
I like this actually. Sorry, Conrad is proposing instead of merch messages, because we're trying to get away from merch, that we call them good stuff messages.
good stuff messages. I mean, the branding probably needs a little bit of work.
What do you call the bonus bin?
Bonus bin, that's what it's called, isn't it?
No, what does Luke call it?
Oh, Luke's name for the bonus bin is terrible.
It's not my name, it's Conrad's name.
Well, it's terrible.
I like that name. What is it? Come on, tell me.
The FUS, or the free upsell shelf.
It's not an upsell. It's free. You can't have a free upsell. That's not what an upsell is.
Hey man,
It's
I don't make the
great.
rules.
Great.
Anywho, thank you for your message. Or thing you said.
Sorry, I just love a good bucket hat.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, it's a good one.
If we made a bucket hat, it would be great, but we don't have any plans for a bucket hat right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Dan.
All right. Oh, we got another one. Come on. Come on down.
All right, maybe
Analog merch messages.
maybe there are quality product questions instead of merch messages.
I like that.
Maybe.
Quality product
this one's
questions.
probably pretty quick for you. I love my multi-nep shirt.
Nice.
Can I get one in pink?
Oh, I think we actually did a prototype of that. When we did what did we ultimately release? Hold on a second.
Like the gray one?
Sometimes I can't remember the products that we work on versus the ones that actually make their way. Oh man, dude, I should have shown you guys the microfiber T-shirt when we were over there. we have a T-shirt in like it's the yellow like a microfiber cloth on the body, and then the sleeves are accented in that like soft like baby blue.
The blue, yeah.
And it's like made of microfiber cloth. Like you would have the cleanest phone. You and all your friends. You'd have friends coming up behind you. They'd be rubbing their phone on you for good luck or good
That'd be
screen
pretty
visibility.
funny. That'd be pretty funny.
It's not very comfortable, but I think we're going to make it anyway.
As someone with glasses, that's not a bad idea.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Anyway, the point is, I think we actually did prototype that at some point.
Promotions with glasses stores.
And I think we were worried that it would lack mainstream appeal. I was into it. We definitely did a blue one. I just can't remember if we ever did if we ever got past mock-up for a multi-nep shirt in pink.
We released blue multi-nep?
I don't think we released it.
Okay.
There was like a manufacturing issue, so they were sold for like $20 or something, or maybe even 10.
Oh, there you go.
I love that you know that.
I have one, and I bought my mom one for her birthday. So
They're nice shirts, right? I wish
They're great.
I wish it was more apparent what it looked like in a photograph.
There you go.
But it's like it doesn't look like that.
Yeah, I mean, it looks kind of like that part.
Now that we're zoomed in, it looks a bit better.
Yeah, it's basically it's
more
cool.
visible.
It's cool and people love it, and we only
Yeah.
have it in white and gray.
Yeah.
And this is such a good shirt.
I just need enough to be a cartoon character and wear a different color of the exact same outfit every day of the week.
Maybe like Linus.
I forget what the question was. Oh yes, the pink multi-nep. Yeah, sorry. I don't think there's any plans to expand the RGB shirt, which is what we call it now. I think originally we just called it multi-nep, which didn't mean a lot to a lot of people. I don't think there's any plans to expand the RGB shirt lineup right now. I could be mistaken though. Like maybe did we ever rerun those blue ones? Like I can't even remember anymore. We have so many products now. Like I can hardly keep track of everything on our store. All right. Okay, Dan, you want to hit us with another?
Yes, come on down.
Are we almost at the end?
I think we got 2 more.
Fantastic.
Real question. Oh, okay.
What can I do
It's
for
all
you?
real questions.
Okay, so the game industry, AAA gaming, has recently produced a ton of flops. What do you think professional game studios are going to do to like combat this, or are they just going to stay on the same path?
They're going to wait for someone younger and hungrier and more innovative to make a cool game on their own, and then they're going to buy them, and then they're going to screw it up, and then they're going to rinse and repeat.
Nice.
So they're kind of going to stay on the same track with just a slightly different rhythm.
Yeah.
I think we might be witnessing somewhat of a turnover in companies. So like certain large companies that are starting to flounder. I think we're going to see offshoot companies, which there are a lot of examples of, starting to spawn up, and certain indie companies that are hitting very major success potentially turning into the future's AAA companies, certain offshoot companies forming out of these larger companies, potentially turning into the future's AAA companies. I think some companies are going to figure it out. I've noticed this is largely a North American game developer problem. Some examples from like Japan, for example, are not having the same type of hit.
I do wish that I do wish that I could agree that we're going to see these offshoots become the large companies, but I don't think they'll get a chance to get that big.
Will they get gobbled again?
Yeah, because the challenge is, unless your name is Larian Studios or
Arrowhead, From Software,
Rockstar, I can't think of many game companies that can swing for the fences. Because remember, the question specifically was AAA gaming. I can't think of many companies that have managed this like Mark Rober, Mr. Beast approach to developing video games, where they swing for the fences, nail it on every release, and then can put their head down for 3 to 6 years and make the next absolute grand slam home run game that keeps the engine turning. So at some point, when you grow big enough and you try to create AAA quality games, you collapse under your own weight. And companies like Microsoft, and to a lesser extent, you know, the EAs and Ubis of the world, are going to have this unlimited bucket of money that they can use to M&A you and bring your talented developers, ironically, some of which probably came from you in the first place, on board so that you can continue to do what you're doing, except probably with less passion and ultimately burn out. Like it feels like it's in a really destructive cycle right now. And this ability of large organizations to just buy anything they want is not helping.
I do agree, but I don't think everything is for sale now. Yes, this is because they're making those big hits. But I think we're seeing like there's quotes from the CEOs and other various people at companies like Larian and like Arrowhead that are very resistant to current AAA norms, if that makes sense. Like on Arrowhead's website.
This is so great. Fast Philly says, "Oh, I love it. I can't tell if this is self-aware or not. I think GTA 6 will be a technological marvel of gaming, but that at this point, there's no way it can live up to the hype."
That's pretty good.
I love it.
The quote I was looking for.
I hope it's self-aware.
This is a quote on Arrowhead's website. I do not think most current AAA studios follow this type of mentality. But a game made for everyone is a game made for no one. That's Helldivers. Arrowhead,
except as far as I can tell, everybody loves Helldivers.
Smashed it with Helldivers, and a lot of people really, really like that game. But they didn't design it with the design it for everyone in mind, right? And that's not really a mentality that you see a lot of these giant studios. Baldur's Gate was made for people, you know, that would really enjoy this type of thing. And it was just made so well that it hit a much more mass market. I think that's the same with Helldivers. I think that's the same with something like Elden Ring. Like, really looking at Elden Ring's success, would anyone have guessed that a game that hard would resonate so well with so many people? No, but it was a masterpiece of a game, so it did anyways. Someone message on Helldivers now. That's great. Yeah, I don't know. I was a little depresso about it because I was like, games are dead. The whole industry is just dying. And then over the last couple maybe years, it's been looking a lot brighter. So I'm not as worried about it anymore. Yeah. I think another big thing is that the community, as much as I dog on the gaming community for like buying too many microtransactions and stuff, but they seem to be much more willing to jump on and embrace games from non-AAA studios.
Yeah, Fall Guys,
Among Us. What is that game that looks like... Oh, Pal World. Yeah,
sure.
Looks like Pokemon. Helldivers, Baldur's Gate 3. There's so many games that have smashed...
Baldur's Gate 3 is AAA.
I don't think technically. Is it? Maybe it is. I don't know.
How many years did they work on it?
Is that how you define AAA?
I think AAA...
I don't think you can call them a AAA studio.
You know what? It depends, I guess, how you define AAA. I'm defining AAA in terms of scope. It's ambitious. Because one person could conceivably build a AAA quality game if they had 25 to 30 lifetimes to work on it or whatever. Like to me, AAA is quality, but I could definitely understand if other people viewed it as more of like the dollars that were spent on it. But I mean, even in either case, Baldur's Gate 3, there's no way that wasn't extremely expensive to create.
Yeah, for sure. How do you actually define AAA?
Well, how do you define quadruple A? Okay, Baldur's Gate 3 had a budget of $100 million US.
Heck yeah. Is that accurate? Where'd you get that from?
That
doesn't sound accurate.
No, that's just a tweet.
Yeah, I don't think that means anything.
Hold on. This is from... Oh, no, this is just the forum on Larian Studios. Look, the point is, I believe that number. Because like it's an enormous game.
I don't.
Really?
And in talking to people that work there, a lot of people overestimate how many resources they had going into it. A lot of people assumed that they received like a ton of money from Hasbro to make it when that was just not the case. Yeah, I don't know.
It doesn't look like they've disclosed publicly.
No, I don't think so. Because they are independent. I don't know if you want to call them an indie, but they are independent.
Yeah, this Medium article just says...
No one called them a AAA studio before reviews came in for BG3. No one was calling them a AAA studio when the BG3 beta was public. No one was calling them a AAA studio at all these other times. But suddenly, BG3 just smashes it out of the park, and now they're called a AAA studio. Which, if that's how you become a AAA studio... then yeah, we saw it. We saw a developer go on the path that I'm talking about.
Boy, was that ever a long path.
Yeah. So, I don't know. Because they had been making a lot of games before BG3. A lot of people heard about them with BG3, but they've been making games forever. You want to know a fun one? Do you remember Magica? The weird game. You could do like, you played a little spellcaster, but a lot of inputs would do different things, and like one of them was blue screen. Was the input that your character could do. Anyways, I used to play it back in the day. I'm sure we've talked about it, and I'm sure you've played it at one point. But Arrowhead made Magica. The guys that made Helldivers made Magica, which I thought was really cool. I'm pretty sure that's true. Let me verify this real quick. Yeah, Magica. It's kind of neat.
I swear I've never heard of this, Luke.
I'm sure you have.
I swear to you, I have never heard of this.
Your memory is questionable.
That's true. It's apparently from 13 years ago.
Yeah.
Or at least this video about it is from 13 years ago. Wow, 4-player adventure mode. That's cool.
Yeah.
And it's what, like an RPG or like...
would that be the right way to call it? Maybe
adventure?
A dungeon crawler, adventure game? Sure, yeah, something like that.
Recent reviews mixed.
Yeah, I wonder what that's about. I'm not sure.
Crashes all the time when played online is the first negative review I found. Prone to crashing.
Yeah. It's a 13-year-old game.
Yeah, maybe it's not running well on modern systems anymore. Well, that's a bummer, because all reviews is very positive.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
This was an extremely positively looked at game at the time.
Cool. All right, I think we're ready for our next one, Dan.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I think your last one comes in.
Last one.
All right,
kind of a question,
here we go.
So vote for Magica. It's like a great single player together game to play. So not a real question here necessarily. Dan might like it. Udio LTT Christmas album?
No.
Question mark?
No.
Wrong.
No and no. All of you know. Especially you, no.
You know why it's a no? Because we've got Dan, and he could just make one in-house.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, wait, no. No.
You've got enough audio from Linus. You can just mix it up.
You only
right?
need like a minute or two anyway.
That is not the point. It's not about how much you need. It's about how much you should have. And the answer is none.
Got like 300 hours of like uncompressed
exactly
single channel Linus.
It's
you
awful.
can have the whole album and just preview it to him.
Yeah, exactly.
We
could just play it constantly throughout his house. And it would always be different.
Oh, perfect. That'd be a fun channel. Perfect. Super fun. Hijacking the audio in Linus's house.
I think I'd figure it out. I think I'd figure it out.
Exclusive. Oh, God.
Speaking of Floatplane exclusives, if you guys haven't checked them out, we've got a ton of really great ones. Our North Korean gaming console video is up in early access. We don't typically do early access necessarily on Floatplane anymore, but hey, every once in a while these videos do show up, and this one is a doozy. We've also had a ton of great exclusive extended cut from the Ludwig collab. We've got the warning adult themes extras from the roasting Craigslist and Facebook Marketplace computer listings. This one was a little bit popular with the Floatplane audience. Got that nice like-dislike ratio. And then from last week, the car break-in prank reveals what happened at the end of the April Fool's video. Man, we've had a ton of really good stuff lately. So make sure that you check it out over at lmg.gg/floatplane. All right, I think that pretty much wraps up our in-person merch messages. So Dan, oh yeah, okay, never mind. So Dan, how do you want to handle this? Because we still have a couple topics. How much After Dark online merch messages there? What are we doing here? What's going on?
I ask myself that a lot. I think maybe go do some topics, and then if you want, you guys can move into After Dark yourself. You know what the light setting is. You know, we have the...
Oh, you're leaving us.
Well, we can either do some more topics.
Oh, no, okay.
Or I can go, have more time to get set up. If you're going to do some topics and then go directly into WAN After Dark.
Right, so we're doing super checks, exclusively streaming on Floatplane, Linus v. Luke. We're going to have a live audience, assuming they don't all go home because it's late.
And I'm doing 4 cameras.
I might need help from them this time.
4 cameras?
4 cameras. If I can get them working, one of them is freaking out. But 4 cameras.
Do you maybe want to recruit your helpers to get Apple boxes to prop up the thing?
I meant to ask how many do you want and what are the sizes, etc.
Usually we use 2 full apples on the game, and then I need 2 half apples to stand on because the game is too tall for me if it's Luke-sized.
Most things are.
It's funny because even if the score is in favor of me, he always wins because I end up emasculated.
It is true. We both win. It's good.
Unless I lose the game as well.
Oh,
that's fair.
All right, I'm gone.
That doesn't happen.
See you later, Dan.
Bad.
Xbox creates game preservation squad?
Yeah, let's do it.
We got to do this.
What the hell?
Xbox has created... Are you okay?
The camera's following me. I forgot that it was magic.
Oh, is that one of those
it's got the facial
Mexico
tracker.
Ones or whatever?
It's got the facial tracker.
Who makes that one?
I don't know.
Isn't it on it?
It's very not. I just want to look at you.
You can't look at it closely without it,
Instalink, Insta360.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, these things are cool.
Wow, that's working great.
Okay.
Cool.
What was I doing? Okay, goodbye.
Anyways, Xbox has created a new team dedicated to game preservations, according to leaked emails from President Sarah Bond. Unlike many video game preservation efforts, which focus on old games from previous generations, this team is apparently focused on proactively preserving current games and ensuring backwards compatibility in future hardware. Actually, super cool.
That's super cool.
It's unclear how broad the team's scope will be, including whether it will cover online-only games that are dependent on servers. Sarah Bond likewise claimed in emails that Microsoft is moving full speed ahead on the next console generation. Discussion question: is thinking ahead and demanding backwards compatibility the only way to ensure the survival of our favorite game?
What an absolute Chad. I don't know Sarah Bond, but I like her already.
Super, super cool. This is very, very important. No, it's not the only way to ensure the survival of games.
But it's better than nothing, which is what we have right now.
And I think taking a forward-thinking approach to it is just very wise. Because trying to do it after the fact can be really messy.
It can be impossible. In some cases, the source code's just lost and stuff. Assets are just lost. They're scattered.
Yeah, it can be really wacky. So doing it up front is really good. What is this topic? Are we covering this topic?
I mean, I thought it was pretty interesting.
I don't know anything about it.
AI doesn't understand interracial love.
But this is meta specific, is that correct?
Multiple AI image generators seem to struggle to understand prompts asking for mixed race couples, especially Asian men with white women, according to a report by The Verge. This was first discovered with Instagram's image generator, which would almost always create 2 people of the same race when asked for an interracial couple. After this was widely reported, Meta appears to have blocked prompts with keywords like Asian man, though this was quietly reversed after The Verge asked them about it. The Verge then replicated these results with DALL-E 3 and Midjourney. For all 3 generators, it was possible to create an image of a white man with an Asian woman or a black man with a white woman, though this was inconsistent and seemed to depend on the phrasing. Black man and white girlfriend wouldn't work, but white woman and black boyfriend would. When asked for an Asian man with a white wife, DALL-E 3 and Midjourney repeatedly created an Asian man next to an Asian-featured woman with blonde hair and at least once a black man with a white woman in Asian-looking clothing. Verge's team was only able to get a straightforward image of an Asian man and white woman couple by using the prompt, Asian man and white woman standing in a yard academic setting. While The Verge attempted to test Gemini's image generator, Google still hasn't reinstated its ability to create images with human subjects, which was removed back in February following the racially diverse 1940s German soldiers episode, which we talked about on a previous WAN show.
Yeah.
The feature was supposed to return in March, but it's still not available at this time. So we've got some images for this. This is absolutely mind-bending. So this is Asian man and Caucasian woman couple. Oh, yeah. Asian man with Caucasian wife. Huh. Okay. Sure. What else we got here?
I think these
Asian
are...
woman with white husband. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. It seems to depend on phrasing and specific keywords.
Because these were,
Interesting. Here's Dolly and Midjourney fusing Asian/white features. Can you make me a photo of an Asian man and a white woman? Maybe, kind of, sort of.
What are the prompts for this one? Because these looked like it might have worked.
For some reason, platonic seems to work fine. Check this out.
And the keyword academic. It's weird.
Isn't that weird?
I wonder why.
Well, I mean, it's how these things are trained. I mean, statistically speaking, it has no trouble generating the most common mixed race couples, but seems to just completely fall on its face when trying to generate something that it hasn't seen. So
how would that explain the whatever it was, black man with white girlfriend or white girlfriend with black boyfriend or whatever it was?
So
because that was just a wording reverse.
It seems to me that instead of and look, I don't work in AI development. I don't know how the black box works. All I can do is look at the output and take a guess as to what's inside it. It seems to me that they are somewhat, at least to a degree, dependent on the entire image of their sources, if that makes sense. As opposed to being able to use the entire image of a whole bunch of white women.
So you think that's why there would be feature blending as well?
I think that's why there would be feature blending. I think that's why it would struggle to create an image that it doesn't have a full frame reference for.
Yeah, that seems like that's something that's very solvable, to be honest.
You would think.
If that's the case, well, I mean, it's honestly only been like a little while.
I know. It's
like just... they're definitely going fast enough. I think you would think is... we could leave them alone. AI's progressing quite quickly already. But yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting problem, but I think it's definitely a solvable problem, which is good.
Yeah, definitely.
Because it's not like hallucinating fingers or doing anything like that. It's just.
Well, I mean, I'm sure it also is. Actually, strategically, check this out. This is great.
All
Do
the
you see any hands?
Gone. I didn't think about that. That's funny.
Hold on.
Do any of these photos have hands? Yes. The Meta AI ones.
Yeah, that's not too bad. Yeah. Anyway. Yep. I don't know. I just thought it was pretty funny because AI is funny.
Yeah.
Android AirTags are finally on their way. Google's rolling out a major update and expansion to the Find My Device network, which includes Bluetooth proximity tracking and compatibility with third-party Bluetooth trackers. So this is Android's answer to Apple's AirTags. It also has an unknown tracker alert feature, which tells users when a suspicious tracker appears to be following them. This update was supposed to come out last year, but was delayed by the effort to make the unknown tracker alert feature cross-compatible with Apple AirTags. Google apparently completed the work on their end in around a month, but Apple delayed it, first waiting on a production implementation of the specification for unwanted tracking alerts, which became available in December of 2023. And then I guess they just took a while to get to it. The FCC is also rolling out broadband nutrition labels. This week, the Broadband Consumer Labels Rule came into effect, which require ISPs to prominently display standardized information labels designed to look like nutrition labels on food whenever a customer is signing up for a plan. I actually think the design is phenomenally stupid, but the idea behind it, that you can see what the name of the plan is, the length of the contract, the typical download and upload speeds, latency, and link to potential bundle and discount options, is a really good thing. They must list the monthly price, whether that is an introductory rate, how long it will last, and any additional fees, whether one-time or monthly. And they must include data caps and charges for exceeding them, as well as links to their network management and privacy policies. This is pretty cool. This is an example of good regulation, in my opinion. They're not actually making anybody do anything. This is very much open market. All they're requiring is that they communicate in a straightforward manner to potential customers so they can make an informed choice, which is how an open market needs to work. Very cool. And you know what else is cool? It's After Dark time.
Nice. So am I reading you things then?
I don't know. You can read yourself things.
Nope. I refuse, actually. Give me a second. Would you just read out loud to yourself? You'd read out loud to someone else. I don't know where I'm going with this. Anyways. Why can't I? There we go.
Mr. Lafreniere, I read out loud to myself all the time. Oh, we didn't do the HP sued for alleged printer ink monopoly again.
Well, I just broadcasted a merch message. So
all right. Well, then
let's do this one and then go back to it.
I'll mark this as something we'll touch on next week.
All right, sounds good. Hello, LLD. How can I get access to my family? The importance of how can I get across? My brain is fun sometimes. How can I get across to my family the importance of cybersecurity and protecting their data on the internet? Who did the?
I don't think you can.
Can I say that word?
I don't know.
Some late night show comedian host guy.
John Oliver?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
John Oliver is abrasive.
It might not have been him.
I think he's funny, but he's
I don't know who it was.
He's a loud, assertive personality.
Which one is he? The one that got the 9/11 veterans their lung cancer or whatever it was money? Because if so, it
sounds like the kind of
cool
chatted out thing that John
book.
Oliver would do, but I'm not sure if that was him.
Because that's pretty sick. One of those guys did a thing where to convince people.
Apparently that was Jon Stewart.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, he only recently returned to TV. Actually, to his show. Sorry, I'm listening.
You've been fun to talk to tonight.
I've been all over the place today, dude. I'm tired. It's Friday.
It's okay. We played tape to tape pretty late. What was I going to say? Yeah, one of them did a thing where they were like, would you actually want... man, what was it? It was something about like data privacy and companies being able to see your files and stuff like that. And it was like, do you want all your pictures of your thing being shared with companies? Mm-hmm. And it's the same kind of situation. Like maybe come up with something that would be horrible for them to lose, or something that would be horrible for someone else to be able to have access to, and be like, is it worth risking this thing because this happens? And then give some examples of data loss that have happened, because it's totally a thing.
You can also put together practical demos, like generate a little clip of a political figure they admire doing something abhorrent, and be like, hey, this is how easy it is to be fooled. You should really pay attention to... I don't think
that's the question, but that is a very good idea.
No, I was going somewhere with this.
Okay.
You need to pay careful attention to, what the actual from field says in an email. Because there's a lot of really important... There's a lot of misinformation out there, and if you are not constantly vigilant... and the reason I brought this up is because my aunt actually... showed me some of the emails that I sent her, that she's smart enough to not click anything in because they're suspicious, but she didn't understand how an email could say from Linus Sebastian and not be from me. And
really good on her to not click that.
What's
That's
interesting
huge.
is this is a huge problem that I see in Apple's default mail client. It doesn't show the email address by default, and it's not even obvious where to click. There's no hyperlink. You just have to touch the name and it expands, and it shows it's from like xjfmb at some gibberish domain.com. Yeah. And so just even the fact that it knows that sending her an email from Linus Sebastian makes her more likely to click on it is information that has been gathered about her. So the more you can do to put together practical demonstrations of how a lapse in cybersecurity, a lapse in vigilance can result in devastating consequences, I would say the better.
Yeah, good call.
Chat says it was the John Oliver data broker story and it was incredible, says Maddie L.
Yeah, it's been a while, so I didn't remember, but
yeah.
Anyways. Next up. What did you guys look for? Oh, sorry. What did you guys look at when picking your shirt printer for the quality you were looking for? Want to get some images printed on the blank tees, but want to know what to look for.
So you're looking at the elasticity of the ink when it's dried. You want it to be thick enough that you don't really see the texture of the shirt too clearly, but you don't want it to be so thick that it'll be prone to cracking. Using high quality inks, but that's something you're only going to know if you're talking to someone with experience.
How can you tell, like, if you were picking a shirt printer, would they give you like sample shirts from like, because this person, it sounds like they're doing very low run, maybe one or two.
Then that's tough. You just have to
look have any on hand?
Yeah, previous work.
Yeah, okay.
But that won't tell you how it's going to look after 10 or 20 washes, so your mileage may vary.
That's fair.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, LLD, curious to know what you think about the freshwater situation in BC. I want to relocate there in the near future, but I'm worried about the potential COL crisis from drinking water to electricity.
Yeah. The lack of like glaciers anymore thing is going to be a big problem for Canada.
Cost of living crisis.
Like we can have all the water in the world, but if we only have it for 9 months out of the year, we're still all going to die in that 3 months that we don't have any water.
Yeah, kind of neat. And we don't have a lot of, like, BC lacks a lot of infrastructure to, I don't know what term you would use this, artificially, manually, something to
manage our water.
Yeah, because we're like, I just have so much, it's just always there.
Yeah.
We don't need to do anything. And then suddenly it's not really there anymore. So we need to kind of retrofit our province to be able to retain water better, which is a little wacky. But luckily there is a lot of tech already out there. In regards to cost of living crisis, maybe don't move to BC.
Got him.
I don't know what to tell you, but it's just...
I think you do know what to tell him.
It's rough here.
I think you just told him.
That's fair. I did.
I mean, I'm not going to leave, but... Yeah, it can be challenging.
If there's some like great opportunity or something, like obviously, yeah, come here. It's a great place to live in regards to like the nature that you're in and all that type of stuff, but it can get viciously expensive.
This is great. Pitboy says, doesn't have anything to do with glaciers. Drinking water is snow on mountains. This year there wasn't much. Where do you think glaciers come from? From Mommy and Daddy glaciers? Sorry, I'm not meaning to tease, but snowpack becomes glaciers. Glaciers are started as snow. So yes, they are. The things that you said are one and the same.
Broadcasting again. What's up, boys? Will there ever come a day when WAN Show doesn't make sense to make weekly, or say the CEO says no more WAN from a business standpoint?
No. WAN forever.
Got him. Next one. Hey, DLL, what do you think about achievement hunting in games? Is it ridiculous to go back and do all the little things just to achieve 100% completion?
Are you just trying to get different answers from the two of us? Because I think we feel very differently about this. I just don't get the dopamine hit from an achievement anymore. I just don't care. For me, I think it's just that I no longer have the energy and attention to grind at something. If I'm not having fun, I will only... Yeah.
I think for me, it's like, I think I only have 2 games on Steam ever that I've 100% completed, which I don't know if that'll surprise you or not.
Assassin's Creed. Hold on. Black Flag.
No.
Wait, that's not on Steam.
Yeah, no.
Okay, FTL. Yeah. Is that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Hold on.
You should know the other one.
I am thinking.
You'll get it, I believe.
I'm thinking. Slay the Spire.
Yeah.
Yes. Man, I'm
good. And
is it like, is our relationship no fun anymore? Is there any mystery left? Now that we can just...
I think it's still fun. I think we do sometimes need like outside things though. We need like some new thing to talk about because it's like, oh my goodness. There's too much. I don't remember what it was. The what video was that? The guessing computer prices video.
Yeah,
there's a bunch of comments where it's like Linus they just like know what the other one's doing all the time. Like, yeah, you get used to it.
The funny thing is we will sometimes go 6 months in a row without really interacting outside of WAN Show. For real though.
Yeah.
Very rarely that long, but regularly we will go a month without interacting outside of WAN Show.
And there have been periods where it was that long.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just a thing. But yeah, for me it's like if I really like a game but I'm starting to lose interest, but I like want to be interested in it still. It gives me it's like an alternative gameplay mechanic almost.
But I almost feel like they've gotten too hard to account for the no-lifes that are going to do it anyway. Like, what, I'm going to go find every stupid Korok in Breath of the Wild? Like,
I hate that type of stuff, though.
Like, no.
Like, the Slay the Spire ones I liked a lot, and the FTL ones I liked a lot, because it made you play in, like, a weird way.
Okay, like, are they skill-based?
You had to kind of figure out...
Because if it's just a tedious walk the entire map pixel by pixel grind, I just don't really... I don't really think that. Like, I can do that.
Assassin's Creed, I actually hate the achievements for Assassin's Creed, for the most part.
You 100% one of them.
I 100%ed the synchronization, which was like basically perfect execution of every mission, which was not 100% of the achievements.
Oh, okay.
Because Assassin's Creed 1 had horrible achievements that were based around like, there's, I don't know, these like glowing feathers. There's like 1,000 of them. Go find them all. It's dude, I don't care at all. This doesn't introduce a new way of playing the game. This doesn't change anything. It's just wander a lot. I don't know.
It's like there's other games to play. I think that's a big part of it. Now that there's other games to play, and so many, wandering around just for the sake of getting a little boop, 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 thing that pops up on the bottom of the screen. I'm sorry, I just can't be motivated for it.
I did get a little bit more into achievements in general during a kind of lull there near the kind of beginning of COVID, mid-COVID area, where games were just trash. Because I was like, well, I'm going to do something on my computer, so I guess this thing? I don't know. I'll go get that. But in general, I don't like playing that way. Okay, moving on. What was the worst/most chaos-inducing deal Linus ever made during a WAN show?
Oh, the one where I bought a bunch of GameStop.
Yeah, okay, good call.
All right, next.
Hold on. And are there things he has been banned from offering, such as the time he gave in international free shipping?
Banned from offering. I mean, I've been told not to leak products on WAN Show anymore. I think that's fairly banned.
Any Linus ban is
temptation,
a guideline more than anything. Anyways. Yeah,
it's daring me to do it again.
Yeah, kind of.
I don't know, man. Look, if I can't do this for fun, why would I even do this? Like, I've talked about this before. Like, I don't have to. So, like, let's have some fun. Tech is this is supposed to be fun. If it's not fun, then let's stop. Nah, man. Just we gotta do our thing. We gotta do things.
Yeah.
We'll play some super checks after this.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
Dude, I'm gonna have a hard time. I'm so sore. And I don't know what's going on.
Let's go.
But I thought this bottle was falling for a second, so I went to go catch it, and it wasn't falling. And I'm having a really hard time with the dyslexia with reading stuff. I think I might be tired.
Yeah,
I think I'm buffering because I'm gonna lose so bad. So I'm trying to be like, there's a lot of things going on.
Yeah, how's being old and not being able to stay up late anymore?
Yeah, it kind of sucks a lot.
Yeah, I know, right?
Hi LLD, my recent project has me upgrade my home server. There it goes. I was wondering, why are the USB 3.2 Gen 2 adapters for 10 gig Ethernet not ubiquitous? My motherboard has puny 1 gig card, which is my bottleneck now.
Because did you say 10 gig? 10 gig chipsets are still expensive.
Why is 10 gig not ubiquitous? Yeah, and it's cost.
Yeah, because either you're going to have so you either have to have wider, you either have to have more lanes on the highway, right? So then you would need more conductors, or you have to have faster signaling. And since we haven't changed the RJ45 connector in
extreme
30 years.
I was going to say I don't think I have known
something
a not
like that.
existing.
Yeah. I don't know how many years it's been. Then the signaling has to be faster. For the signaling to be faster, you're going to have more advanced transmission techniques. You're going to have faster decoding and encoding on both ends. It's just more complicated. And going from 10 megabit to 100 megabit to gigabit was pretty doable. Going from gigabit to 10 gigabit turns out it was really hard. They're getting a lot cheaper. They're getting way cheaper than they used to be, but it's not the kind of thing that most consumers are going to be expecting to pay extra for in a stupid little dongle, and it's not the kind of thing that most consumers need. If you're the kind of person who needs it, then you know you need it, and realistically you need it for some kind of professional purpose, probably, because there's, to my knowledge, no reasonable average consumer application for 10 gig networking. It can make your NAS faster. That's about the only thing that really springs to mind.
And even then, most things you're going to do on that.
And the only reason you would need it to be that fast, is if you have astronomical amounts of data, or if you're video editing off of the NAS or something like that. And then we're kind of reaching the kind of prosumer professional level again here.
Hey, I love your old t-shirts, but the new ones have really large neck openings. Is it just me, or are they designed that way?
I didn't know they had large neck openings.
I didn't know that either.
They seem like good-sized neck openings to me.
Same to me. These aren't them. I checked my own real quick.
Yeah, I did too. I looked at myself in the picture.
I'm not sure. While XOC is mostly about the high score, have you seen it impact the development of new products? Is AMD/Intel/NVIDIA paying attention to the wild XOC achievements, or is it too left field to matter?
Not gonna lie. XOC means what? So far, we've got Precision XOC, that EVGA overclocking software, XOC Tequila Grill, XOC Lady XOC, a Maya Queen consort, XOC Pharmaceuticals. I'm sorry, but I just actually have no idea what you're talking about right now. I'm terribly sorry, and I will try better next time.
If that's true, they probably don't care. If it's just a benchmark thing, it's probably not that big of a deal unless it's reported on really heavily. That's one way I would look at it. Or if it's reported on in very important arenas. Like if it's an enterprise thing, if some enterprise blog reports on it or something, it might be important. Howdy LLD. I'm an attorney, and I've had experiences where opposing counsel can't even edit a PDF. I know your field is much more tech-oriented, but what are some stories with some TEF deck people? Extreme overclocking, I guess. That's it.
What?
I've never seen extreme overclocking. Maybe I just ignored the acronym.
I've never seen it. Okay.
I don't think they care.
What was the question?
Does this dictate design decisions?
Oh no.
Yeah, not at all.
Heavens no. There's people at these companies that are super into it and love it and think it's super cool. And I think they live in the basement. And they do science fair,
really good stuff.
Their science fair experiments there, and that's cool. And other than if one of the big wigs happens to be in the building and walks by and is like, that's probably about the most acknowledgement that they're going to get. Is the perception that I have, and I could be mistaken, but I really don't think they care.
Yeah. Some tech deaf people. I don't know. In my life, it's usually fine.
I mean,
but I am surrounded by tech people in general.
Yeah, I'm generally surrounded by tech people too. And maybe that's made me more patient in the workplace. Like, there's no way that someone's going to be more of a challenge than, the first time I tried to buy a computer for my grandpa and took it, and he couldn't wrap his head around horizontal movement translating to vertical movement on the screen.
Whoa.
I was just like, oh, so we're not going to exchange emails. All right.
Yeah, there's a certain level. I don't know. I honestly don't have a very good example. I think most people have been very understanding, and if they are lacking some form of understanding, you can usually teach them fairly quickly, and it's fine.
Wow, buddy Michael R. bought 2 Swipe Plus bidets. $1,000 invoice.
Getting his house out.
Heck yeah.
Luke mentioned some time ago that you use a knowledge base for Floatplane. What do you use as your knowledge base? Stack Overflow Team or Confluence or just raw documents? None of the above. We use Bookstack. / there's some stuff. You said Floatplane specifically, so I'm going to stick with Bookstack. But we use Peter. Hi, Peter. I was wondering why there wasn't a WAN VOD. That's kind of funny. This doesn't matter really to other people, but I don't know if you know this. We rolled out a new transcoding system.
I did not know this.
Yeah. It's probably good that you don't, because that means it's not going as bad as it could have, which is great. It's going pretty good. There's been some problems, but anytime you swap out a part of a system that's that big, there's going to be some problems. I think it's going great so far. Hi, Peter. How's it going? Anyways, yeah, we use Bookstack. A lot of the people use Google Docs. It's cool. That's about it. Thank you. Oh, one of them just moved. I don't know what happened.
Nice.
I don't know what one is displaying because it jumped right before I clicked the button. But hi, DLL. I've been watching since 7th grade, 2012. As you've grown and hired a diverse team, what has been the biggest culture shock?
Zoomers?
Oh, okay.
I actually don't really think so.
I don't think there's been
like
culture shock like at all.
Other than slang, right? Like, you know what's funny is age is actually one of the ways that our company is the least diverse. Because if you look at all your sort of traditional ways that people are different or whatever, the kind of arbitrary lines that we draw, our age spread is...
We're becoming the old people of the company.
Right? And even we are in our mid-30s still.
Yeah.
I still get to say mid at 37, I think. Borderline.
I think that's allowable, but yeah, it's borderline. 38, no.
38 is late
Not
30s.
anymore.
Almost. 38's almost 40. You know what? I'm probably late 30s. Let's go with late 30s.
37, I think you could argue either way.
Yeah, but my birthday's coming up. So I'm definitely late. I changed my mind. Yeah, so like I'm old at this company, and everyone at this company either grew up connected, right? Because that's one of the big generational gaps, right? Either grew up connected or
has worked in it
extensively to the point where I'm thinking of someone like a Gary or someone like a Taryn. These guys are lifelong gamers, right? Like they have been immersed in the culture for enough of their adult lives that functionally I don't really see them as
far as
different.
I can tell, there's like basically no one on the planet that spends as much as their time doing like IT stuff as Sean does.
Yeah. like all of these guys are just like they're like, age is just a number. And it is. So like, given that we tend to attract people who have this commonality of being into tech and into gaming,
the whole like spending time doing it thing, I think is a big deal because I find when you get older, you tend to do fewer different things. So like what your week might look like might be very similar to the previous week and the next week, and you just do the same thing all the time, and that kind of results in it feel like time is going very quickly. And if you don't touch tech for, I don't know, like pushing bleeding edge tech for like 6-7 years, and then you're like, oh, I'm gonna get back into this, yeah, it's probably gonna be really weird. Things will have changed a lot. People are wearing goggles now. What the heck is going on? It's weird. But if you are in it every day, then whatever, it doesn't really matter. Anyways, archive that. Broadcast. WAN.dll, great show. Curious about your thoughts on the YouTube UI change that shoves the description and comments into a tiny column and spams the rest of the page with endless video recommendations.
Yeah, I've seen quite a few complaints about it. I haven't had it served to me yet. It doesn't surprise me that they're doing this. It's all about retention, and for some reason, retention doesn't mean making the comment section better and engaging that way. It means watch more video. I think that, my opinion doesn't matter. If you don't like it, then you don't like it. I haven't tried to use it yet. As someone who tends to kind of ignore anything on a page that isn't the thing that I'm looking for, I probably won't notice it that much, but I don't necessarily agree with a lot of the things that YouTube is doing as a platform. I wish they'd kind of keep being YouTube, but maybe that's just me being a, late 30-something fuddy-duddy at this point. I can't tell.
I've been feeling actually very similar ways when looking at it about the am I the one who is wrong kind of situation? Because I look at it, I'm like, this looks messy and really chaotic, but then some people like watching a short that's split in half and there's content on one bit and a gameplay on the other bit. And it's like, wah! So maybe this is what the kids want. Maybe I'm the one who's wrong. I don't know. Never mind. Nope, they're the one that's wrong. Screw off. Anyways, greetings, DLL from the UK. Just catching up. Ooh,
I wait till he starts reading and then I curate another one.
So cool. Just catching up here. I just tried PIA VPN. It cut my connection speed from 250 megabits per second to less than 70 megabits per second. Why does this happen and vary between VPN providers? Visiting Calgary soon. What you're doing is no longer going directly to the thing that you're doing it with. You're jumping through, you're hopping through a network of other servers. So depending on where you're hopping, it's going to affect it. You could try selecting different servers on there, see what happens. But using a VPN is generally not something that you do for speed.
Yeah, it's not for performance. And don't forget that there's the encryption element as well. So you have to encrypt and decrypt.
Yeah. Figures you'd be out of the bottle caps when mine breaks. That makes sense. Like these.
Yeah, we do have a new one coming, but it's going to be a little bit.
Are we restocking these at all?
It's that, but better.
Oh, that's the new one that's coming? But you said it's going to be a bit. So, how long do you think we'll be out of stock of these?
I don't know.
Okay, got it.
That's more of a Nick question. He's indisposed.
That is. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I'll settle for a gift for my wife and a question. What's your top 3 co-op games from childhood? Are they the same as today? Much love.
Man, co-op was far less of a thing back then. I mean, a super cool one that existed during my childhood, but that I didn't play as a child was Secret of Mana.
Are you not including like teenager as childhood? Where does childhood end?
I would say childhood ends at 11 or 12.
11 or 12? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, co-op.
Lost Vikings for me.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Lost Vikings, and like it was kind of a weird form of co-op, but was it Super Mario Bros? You just kind of like took turns and hung out.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's technically co-op. Those would probably be my top.
I really enjoyed the first Trine. I was in my late teens. Like I was probably 19 when that came out. Ooh, maybe 20. I don't know. But Trine, super cool.
Yeah.
What else have we got? Man, there's a surprising number of merch messages today. What the heck happened? It was a pretty light merch message night, and then now it's like wild.
It's when we start doing them. What games do you wish would be either completely reimagined or remastered? I'd love to see the Prince of Persia trilogy remade. I love Warrior Within. Thanks for the great merch.
I want Freelancer. There. Freelancer's super cool. Ooh. Oh, man. That TIE Fighter like community rebuild thing was super cool. I didn't end up playing it though. It was kind of, there were some things that were not working for me about it. Oh, that'd be super cool. I'd be super into that. Reimagined or remastered. I'm trying to think back to anything like the well's kind of been sucked dry for a lot of IPs. Like if it had any merit whatsoever, it's
been addressed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chrono Trigger is a good one from Kakaroto 5045. Speaking of SNES RPGs, have you even touched Final Fantasy VI?
Yes, but all of the gaming I've been doing lately is either with you or it's been making games, not playing them. But I've touched it a little bit. It works. My computer doesn't crash. I haven't gotten much further though because I'm trying to like remember where I was. So I loaded up and then just started like Googling things to figure out where the heck I am and what I'm doing. But I'll play it this weekend for sure. for me, there's an obvious answer that you could guess. There's a less obvious answer because I was like, I got to find something that isn't Morrowind. I don't want Morrowind reimagined at all. If they remastered it, I would hope that they just make it look better.
Oh, and like the Super Mario RPG one, where it's basically just, we like remade it, but modern.
Yeah, because I don't want them to have like a modern quest log. I want the journal to stay the journal.
That would never happen.
No, I know. So it's not gonna be a thing. Another thing that won't be a thing, but a different answer that you might not expect is Skull and Bones.
Really?
It just released. I don't want a remaster. I want a reimagined. You did the whole thing wrong. Just
start over.
Yeah. Trash the whole thing that you have and make the thing that the entire community asked you for the entire time. You pivoted like 6 times along the way. You never needed to. It was extremely well communicated what everyone wanted, and then you didn't make that. You failed. Try again, please. I don't think they will. I don't think they're making any more quadruple A games anytime soon, but yeah. There's potentials. Are we looking through these?
Aiden asked, are there some upcoming features or tools for your dev team that excite you?
Does the new transcoding system count? That's very exciting to me. It's really cool. It's Kubernetes based, so it's like in our whole thing. And it's nice and fast.
Cool.
It did the They're Just Movies podcast, which was really long. And it did it in like, I think it was like half an hour or something.
It's pretty good.
And that's every version, so every resolution, that's the thumbnail thing, so you can scrub the video, all that type of stuff.
Okay.
It's cool.
Torrent A, NVIDIA's new SDR to HDR conversion thing is pretty cool, but it only runs on PC. So I'd like to see... Oh man, they want community-made up mastering for SDR to HDR on a per-movie basis. I mean, that sounds super cool. I don't know if it's entirely realistic, but I could see something like that coming out in the future. It would be a colossal effort, though. I mean, but then there are things that have happened that I never thought were possible, like the way that you can just download subtitles for things. And they're like community open source subtitles. That's another sort of incredible community effort that has taken place over the years that it's shocking to me sometimes how obscure a title can be and just how perfectly and flawlessly it works. So shout out, people for just being motivated motherfuckers. Anonymous is participating in a Skills Canada provincial robotics competition at the TradeX in Abbotsford next Wednesday, and says if anyone wants to come check it out, that'd be super cool. That would be super cool. So there you go. That's a thing that's happening next Wednesday.
Nice.
Anonymous says, hello, L2D2. What processes and tools do you use internally for product development? Safes, Jira. I'm a QA lead, and we often have to balance getting things done and having a robust company-wide process. Maybe a short answer for this one, because we got to get upstairs at some point.
I'm trying to think of a shorter answer. A lot of different teams around the company use their own things. I'll say that. Largely, it's not like super Scrum, like individual small units of people use their own things, but it's usually like what I would define as a developmental unit within the company. So like Labs uses their own thing, Flowplane uses their own thing, Creator Warehouse uses their own thing, and it's good. It works.
Okay, there's that one. I work for an LMS for online classes, and we're looking for a video streaming platform for our video content, preferably self-hosted, free open source. But what happened to Floatplane as a service? On the business side, we just haven't been motivated to develop and promote it and build a business case for it. I think this is a case of marketing and sales dropping the ball and vision dropping the ball, and not the product not being good. The product is great. We just
Floatplane as a service, partially part of the code exists. We didn't delete it. We were working on it for a while. We just started prioritizing other things.
Yeah. Just like we're prioritizing getting to the after party. You're going to play some super checks. Yeah. We'll see you Floatplane peeps over there. And, how do we end the show? I don't know how to end the show. Oh, here comes Dan. I can hear him running.
That was really funny, actually.
That's hilarious.
I don't know how to end the show.
All right, well, we'll see you again next week. Same bad time, same bad channel.
Someone at Floatplane Chat said, I can tell it's late because Luke is speaking fast. Is that a thing?
Hold on, you got to say the thing.
Bye!
You did it. That's what you get for trying to improve